I was 22 that summer, fresh out of college, feeling invincible and a little bit restless. Most of my friends were heading to internships in stuffy offices, but not me. I'd always been drawn to the quiet places, the forgotten corners of the map. That's how I ended up accepting a seasonal position with the state park system, a glorified grunt job out in the Monhegan wilderness. It was miles from anywhere, a place where the cell signal died about 30 minutes after you left the main highway, and the nearest town was a blink-and-you-miss-it collection of bait shops and a single gas station that doubled as a post office. My main gig was trail maintenance, but sometimes on slow days they'd send me out to monitor the fishing activity along the Solstice River. The Solstice was legendary for its trout, a narrow, winding ribbon of water that snaked through a dense canopy of ancient pines and maples. It was gorgeous, truly. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth, and the only sounds were the rush of the current, the chirping of unseen birds, and the occasional splash of a fish jumping. I loved those mornings, heading out before dawn, the air crisp and cold enough to see my breath. It felt like I was the only person left on Earth, and usually I was. That was part of the appeal. Most days I'd park my beat-up pickup truck at the old logging trail entrance, just a dirt track that dead-ended at a small clearing overlooking a particularly wild stretch of the river. From there, it was a short hike down a steep, unofficial path to the water's edge. My job was simple: count the anglers, make sure they had their permits, and subtly remind them about catch limits. Pretty straightforward, almost meditative work. But that summer, something was different. Call it a gut feeling, a prickle on the back of my neck, but a quiet unease started to settle over me. It began subtly with the little things. The wildlife seemed off. The usual morning chorus of birds, which would normally explode into song right before sunrise, was strangely muted some days. Deer, usually skittish, would occasionally stare at me with an unnerving stillness, not bolting, just watching. I'd brush it off as paranoia from too much isolation, or maybe just the changing seasons. Then came the fog, not just any fog, but a thick, pearlescent mist that seemed to hug the riverbed, especially around dawn. It wasn't uncommon for fog to roll in, but this was different. It didn't dissipate with the morning sun. It clung, dense and heavy, obscuring vision further than usual. It made the already remote location feel even more cut off, wrapping everything in a shroud of damp silence. One particular morning, I recall it vividly, I was running a bit late. I'd overslept, a rare occurrence for me, and the sun was already threatening to peek over the eastern ridge as I scrambled down the slick path to the river. The air was unusually still, almost heavy, and the river itself, usually so vocal, seemed to have quieted to an unnatural whisper. The fog was a solid wall, milky white and impenetrable, making my usual landmarks vanish. I blamed my lateness, my lack of coffee, for the growing sense of dread pooling in my stomach. As I finally reached the bank, peering into the swirling mist, I noticed something that made my breath hitch. The air wasn't just still, it felt inverted. It was cold, yes, but not the crisp cold I was used to. It was a damp, profound chill that felt like it was seeping into my bones from the earth itself. And then, through a momentary thinning in the fog, I saw it. The surface of the Solstice River, usually flowing with an unwavering eastward current towards the Great Lake, appeared to shimmer with an impossible, momentary backward motion, like a film reel reversing for a split second, only to snap back to its normal, eastward flow just as quickly. My eyes must be playing tricks on me, I thought, blame the fog, the early hour, the lack of sleep. But the image, brief as it was, had etched itself into my mind. It was a flicker, a subtle shift, but it was there, and it was enough to make the hairs on my arms stand on end. I blinked, rubbing my eyes roughly with the heel of my hand. The image was gone, replaced by the familiar eastward flow, though the surface still seemed to carry an odd, viscous quality, like thick oil refusing to entirely smooth over. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the damp silence. "No," I whispered, the sound swallowed by the mist. "No way." I leaned closer, trying to pierce the swirling white curtain with my gaze, half expecting to see it happen again, half dreading that I would. Nothing. Just the slow, deliberate churn of the current, its usual hypnotic murmur still unnaturally subdued. I stood there for a long time, the profound chill seeping deeper into my bones, unwilling to move, unwilling to fully acknowledge what I'd just witnessed. My mind raced, searching for any logical explanation. A trick of the light, but there was no light, not yet, only the diffused glow of the obscured dawn filtering through the fog, an optical illusion caused by the swirling mist itself. Maybe. My eyes were tired, I hadn't had coffee, and the isolation was getting to me. That had to be it. It simply had to be. Determined to shake off the unsettling sensation, I forced myself to move. My task was to monitor anglers, and as irrational as I felt, the job still needed doing. I began to walk upstream along the bank, the soft earth squelching beneath my boots. The fog was so dense that I had to rely on memory and the faint ripple of the water's edge to navigate. Each step was a deliberate act of will, pushing back against the encroaching unease. The river usually buzzed with life, even on foggy mornings. Fishermen, undeterred by the weather, would already be casting their lines, their quiet conversations drifting through the mist. But today there was nothing. No voices, no splashing of waders, no clinking of tackle boxes. The silence was absolute, heavy, and wrong. It wasn't just the absence of human sound. It was the absence of all sound. No birdsong, no rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, not even the buzzing of insects. It was as if the entire world had held its breath. I continued for what felt like miles, my internal clock ticking off the minutes, yet time felt elastic and stretched. My usual checkpoints, a fallen log forming a natural bridge, a distinctive cluster of 3 ancient maples, remained stubbornly hidden by the relentless fog. It was disorienting, and a new layer of anxiety began to coil in my gut. I wasn't lost, not exactly, but I was disoriented in a place I knew like the back of my hand. Then I saw something, a faint, almost imperceptible disturbance in the fog ahead. It wasn't the clearing I expected, nor the outline of a person. It was a patch of deeper gray, a darker swirl in the milky white, almost like a void. As I drew closer, the chill intensified, making my teeth chatter despite the physical exertion. The darkness resolved itself into a small, makeshift campsite. A solitary tent, a faded canvas dome, stood awkwardly pitched near the water's edge. A smoldering campfire, just a few embers glowing feebly, cast an anemic orange light against the fog. What caught my eye, however, was not the camp itself, but the utter stillness of it. There were fishing rods propped against a tree, a tackle box open on a log, a half-empty thermos beside it. All the signs of an active camp, but no one was there. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the oppressive silence. "Park system, anyone here?" My words dissipated into the fog, leaving only an echo of emptiness. I waited, listening, my ears straining for any response, any rustle, any sign of life. Nothing. The only sound was the faint, unnatural whisper of the river. A prickle of alarm ran down my spine. Anglers didn't just abandon their gear, especially not in the wilderness. It was expensive and a hassle to retrieve, and the silence, it was too profound. I approached the camp cautiously, my hand instinctively going to the small, rusted multi-tool I carried on my belt, a useless gesture against whatever growing dread was tightening its grip on my chest. The air around the camp was even colder, a clammy, oppressive cold that seemed to suck the warmth directly from my body. The embers in the fire pit were almost out, suggesting the occupant had left some time ago, but the thermos was still warm to the touch. I picked it up. It was a sturdy, old-fashioned steel thermos, the kind that kept coffee hot for hours. Its warmth felt oddly comforting in the icy air, a faint trace of human presence. I unscrewed the top. The faint aroma of stale coffee drifted out. My gaze then fell upon something else, something that made my blood run cold. Lying on the ground, half buried in the damp leaves, was a fishing permit. I bent down and picked it up. It was crumpled and slightly damp, but still legible. The name on it was Arthur Jenkins. The permit was valid, but why would someone leave it behind, and where was Arthur Jenkins? I looked around again, scanning the swirling fog. The dense canopy above seemed to press down, its usual comforting embrace now feeling like a smothering blanket. I checked the tent. It was unzipped, the flaps open, revealing a sleeping bag rolled out inside. It looked like someone had just stepped out for a moment, perhaps to check a line, and simply vanished. "Mr. Jenkins," I called again, louder this time, my voice edged with a new, sharper fear. "Are you here?" Still nothing. Only the river's whisper, which now seemed to carry a new, subtle undertone, a low, barely perceptible hum that I hadn't noticed before. It was a vibration more than a sound, a resonant frequency that seemed to thrum in my bones, making the hair on my arms stand on end. I stood in the deserted camp, the fishing permit clutched in my hand, the strange hum of the river growing infinitesimally louder. The backward flow, the impossible cold, the muted wilderness, and now a vanished angler. It was too much for coincidence, too much for tired eyes or an overactive imagination. Something was profoundly wrong in the Monhegan wilderness. My mind, usually so good at finding logical explanations, struggled to process this. Arthur Jenkins hadn't just gone for a walk. He had vanished from a seemingly active camp, leaving his gear and his permit. And the river's hum, it was getting stronger, a low, persistent thrumming that felt like it was coming from deep beneath the earth, echoing up through the water. I looked at the river, the surface still shrouded in that pearlescent fog. Was the hum coming from it? I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing pulse. Panic was useless. I needed to think, to report this. But who would I report it to? My immediate supervisor, Jim, would probably just tell me Jenkins probably went into town for supplies and forgot his permit or got spooked by a bear. Jim was a pragmatic man, not one for supernatural theories, and the cell signal was dead miles back. I was completely alone out here. Reluctantly, I decided to leave the camp as I found it. Disturbing it further might hinder any investigation, however unlikely one might seem. I placed the permit back where I found it, beside the thermos. Before I left, I took one last look around. My eyes fell on the ground near the tent. There, faintly imprinted in the damp earth, were a series of footprints. They were large, consistent with a man's hiking boots, and they led directly to the river's edge. They didn't, however, lead away from it. It was as if Arthur Jenkins had walked into the Solstice River and simply disappeared. A shiver, not just from the cold, snaked down my spine. The hum intensified, a low, unsettling vibration that resonated in my chest. I turned and began to retrace my steps, or rather, to try and find my way back through the thick fog. The disorientation was worse now, compounded by the chilling discovery. The river's whisper seemed to follow me, growing more pronounced, transforming into a low, resonant groan, like a vast, ancient machine stirring to life beneath the earth. I walked faster, my boots squelching in the mud, my breath misting in the frigid air. The fog, instead of thinning, seemed to be growing denser, pressing in on me from all sides, reducing visibility to mere feet. The trees, when I could glimpse them, seemed to twist and writhe in the mist, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out. The profound chill deepened, and I realized it wasn't just a localized phenomenon around Jenkins' camp. It was pervasive, blanketing the entire river valley. Then I heard something else, a faint, high-pitched keening. It was barely audible at first, almost lost beneath the river's groaning hum. It sounded like an animal in distress, perhaps a fox or a coyote. But there was an unnatural quality to it, a sustained, desperate wail that didn't quite fit any creature I knew. It seemed to come from deeper within the fog, further upstream, drawing me in despite my growing terror. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to get out, to flee this place. But a different, more primal instinct, perhaps a remnant of my responsibility as a park monitor, compelled me forward. What if someone else was in trouble? What if that sound was human? Against my better judgment, I veered off my path, pushing through the dense undergrowth, the keening growing louder, more distinct. It wasn't a cry of pain, I realized, but a sound of profound, inconsolable sorrow, an ancient lament that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the air. It was drawing me like a siren's song, its mournful melody weaving through the river's low hum. The fog began to swirl around me in strange patterns, eddying and reforming like a living thing. Shapes flickered at the edges of my vision, fleeting shadows, distorted outlines that vanished the moment I tried to focus on them. My head started to ache, a dull throb behind my eyes, and my ears felt plugged, amplifying the internal resonance of the river's hum. I stumbled out of the trees into a small, circular clearing. Here, the fog was different. It wasn't just white. It shimmered with an eerie, phosphorescent green, like a faint aurora borealis trapped at ground level. The air was deathly still, the profound cold even more intense, biting at my exposed skin. And in the center of the clearing stood a single, enormous pine tree, its uppermost branches lost in the swirling mist above. This tree was unlike any I had ever seen. Its trunk was impossibly wide, gnarled and ancient, covered in moss and lichen. But what truly set it apart was the bark. It wasn't just rough. It seemed to be composed of countless intertwining patterns, like petrified knotwork or a complex, almost runic script carved into its very being. And from the base of this monstrous tree, the keening sound emanated, now louder, more powerful, yet still agonizingly mournful. As I took another hesitant step forward, my boots crunching on fallen pine needles, the ground beneath my feet felt wrong. It was softer than it should be, almost spongy, and beneath the pine needles I could discern something else. Small, scattered white fragments. I knelt down, my heart pounding, and brushed away the needles. Bones, small, brittle bones, bleached white and scattered as if by some ancient explosion. There were dozens of them, hundreds, intermingled with the roots of the colossal pine. They were too small to be human, too numerous for a single animal. Bird bones, perhaps, or small mammals. It was impossible to tell. They were so fragmented, so old. And then I saw the light. It wasn't the green phosphorescence of the fog. This was a direct, focused light, pulsing from the base of the ancient tree itself. A soft, internal glow, emanating from within a gnarled opening in the trunk about waist height. The keening sound was strongest here, flowing out from that luminescent aperture, a haunting melody that seemed to speak of millennia of sorrow. Against all reason, against every fiber of my being screaming at me to run, I felt drawn to it, compelled by some invisible force. My hand, as if acting on its own, reached out towards the opening in the tree. The light pulsed, a soft, inviting green like a living emerald. As my fingers neared the opening, the cold intensified to an agonizing degree, and the hum of the river, combined with the keening, vibrated through my entire body, threatening to shatter my eardrums. My fingertips brushed against the smooth, damp wood of the opening. It wasn't rough bark, but polished, almost polished smooth, as if countless hands had touched it over the centuries. A wave of profound, ancient memory, not my own, washed over me. Images flickered through my mind, fleeting glimpses of towering trees, of stars burning brighter than I had ever seen, of figures moving through a landscape that was both utterly alien and strangely familiar. It was overwhelming, a torrent of sensation and information that lasted only a fraction of a second, yet felt like an eternity. I gasped, pulling my hand back as if burned. The images receded, leaving me dizzy and disoriented. My head throbbed, and the air seemed to spin around me. The keening softened slightly, as if in response to my withdrawal, yet the light continued to pulse, an insistent beacon in the emerald fog. This was not natural, none of it. The backward river, the vanished angler, the profound cold, the whispering hum, the bones, this impossibly ancient tree, and the vision it had imparted. My rational mind, though severely battered, was trying to reassert itself. I needed to get out. I needed to warn someone. But who and how? The path back to my truck felt like 1,000 miles. I turned, forcing myself to put one foot in front of the other, trying to ignore the persistent pull of the tree, the keening lament that seemed to twine around my very soul. I pushed through the swirling, phosphorescent fog, the fragmented bones crunching faintly beneath my boots. As I moved away from the ancient pine, the green glow of the fog slowly faded, replaced by the familiar pearlescent white. The keening sound, though still audible, began to recede, absorbed by the growing dominance of the river's low, guttural hum. The profound cold, however, remained, clinging to me like a shroud. I stumbled through the fog, trying to retrace my convoluted path. My sense of direction was completely skewed. Every tree looked the same. Every patch of ground felt identical. The river, usually my guide, was a featureless expanse of white. I was lost, truly lost, in a place that used to be a second home. Panic, cold and sharp, began to set in. My heart pounded, not from exertion, but from terror. I was trapped in this shifting, silent world, surrounded by an unseen presence. I called out, but my voice was swallowed by the dense air, leaving no echo. Then a new sound, a rustling in the undergrowth nearby. It was too heavy for a squirrel, too deliberate for the wind. My head snapped around, my eyes straining into the swirling white. "Hello," I croaked, my voice raw with fear. "Is anyone there?" The rustling stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise. It was a listening silence, an aware silence. I felt a profound sense of being watched, an invisible gaze piercing through the thick fog. I held my breath, my entire body rigid. I could feel my own heartbeat thrumming in my ears, competing with the distant, unsettling hum of the river. The air grew colder still, and I could feel a faint draft, as if something large had just moved past me. Then a sound, faint but unmistakable, like dry leaves scuttling across the forest floor. But it was rhythmic, a dragging, scraping sound that seemed to circle me. I spun again, my eyes wide, desperately trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. A shadow, just a fleeting impression of something tall, impossibly thin, moving with an unnatural grace through the fog. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, like a photographic negative flashing briefly into existence. My breath hitched. It wasn't a bear, not a deer. It was something else, something utterly alien. I started to run, blindly, recklessly, crashing through the undergrowth, not caring about direction, only about escaping. Branches whipped at my face, roots tripped my feet, but I kept going, driven by a terror that was now absolute. The dragging, scraping sound seemed to follow, sometimes close, sometimes distant, always circling. The hum of the river grew louder, more insistent, transforming into a deep, resonating drone that filled my entire head, pressing in on my skull. It felt like the very air was vibrating, that the ground beneath my feet was humming with a terrible, hidden power. The cold was no longer just external. It felt like it was freezing my very blood, my core temperature dropping precipitously. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. I didn't know how long I ran or in what direction. All I knew was the relentless pursuit, the unseen presence, the omnipresent hum, and the suffocating chill. Finally, just as I felt I couldn't take another step, the fog began to thin. Not completely, but enough that I could see more than a few feet in front of me. The trees started to look a little more familiar, and then, through a momentary break in the swirling mist, I saw it, the faint, rusted gleam of my old pickup truck, parked precariously at the edge of the logging trail, barely visible through the remaining haze. A surge of desperate hope, mixed with utter relief, coursed through me. I stumbled towards it, ignoring the pain in my protesting muscles. I yanked the door open, practically falling into the driver's seat, fumbling for the keys in my pocket. My hands were shaking so badly that it took several tries to get the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered once, twice, then caught with a roar that was music to my ears. I slammed the truck into reverse, spun it around, and floored the accelerator, sending gravel spraying behind me. I didn't look back. I just drove, speeding down the logging trail, praying that the truck wouldn't break down, praying that I wasn't just imagining the scraping sound that I still seemed to hear faintly behind me, even over the roar of the engine. It wasn't until I was a good 20 minutes down the main highway, the cell signal finally blinking alive on my phone, and the sun a full, golden orb in the clear sky above the retreating fog line, that I dared to stop. I pulled over onto the shoulder, my hands still gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I leaned my head back against the seat, gulping in air, trying to slow my ragged breathing. The hum was gone, the profound cold replaced by the normal warmth of the late morning sun. The world outside my truck looked utterly normal. Birds chirped in the trees, a distant car hummed down the highway. It was as if the last few hours had been a terrifying, vivid dream. But it hadn't been a dream. The memory of the backward flowing river, the deserted camp, Arthur Jenkins' vanished footprints, the ancient Keening tree, the tiny bones, the pulsing green light, and the terrifying, unseen shadow in the fog. It was all too real, burned into my mind with an indelible intensity. My phone rang, jolting me. It was Jim, my supervisor. "Hey, where are you?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. "You're late checking in. Everything all right out there?" I swallowed, my throat dry. What was I supposed to say? "Yeah, Jim, everything's great. Except I think the river's flowing backward, an angler vanished, and there's a sentient Keening tree that showed me a vision, and I was chased by an invisible, impossibly thin shadow. He'd think I'd finally cracked, and maybe I had." "Yeah, Jim, everything's fine," I managed to rasp, my voice still shaky. "Just a really dense fog this morning. Got a little disoriented. My phone died. I knew it was a flimsy excuse, but it was all I could come up with." Jim grunted. "Yeah, I saw it from the highway. Nasty one. Well, get back to base. We got a bunch of new trail markers that need hauling down to the south loop, and try not to get lost out there, eh?" "Right," I said, disconnecting the call. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror. My face was pale, streaked with dirt, my eyes wide and bloodshot. I looked like I'd seen a ghost, or worse, like I'd almost become one. The profound chill still seemed to linger deep within my bones, a ghost of the terror I had just experienced. I knew I couldn't just go back to normal. What I had seen, what I had felt, had irrevocably changed me. The Monhegan wilderness, once a sanctuary, now felt like a predatory entity, a veil lifted to reveal something ancient and terrifying lurking beneath. I had brushed against something unfathomable, something that transcended my understanding of the natural world. The next few days were a blur of restless sleep and gnawing anxiety. I tried to dismiss it, to rationalize it away, to convince myself that Jim was right, that I was just tired, over-isolated, and spooked by the fog. But the images persisted. The shimmering backward river, the open tent, the tiny bones, the glowing tree, the scraping shadow. They replayed in my mind like a broken reel, each detail sharper, more horrifying than the last. I avoided the Solstice River. I volunteered for other tasks, trail maintenance on distant loops, anything to keep me away from that stretch of water. Jim noticed my reluctance, my pallor, the way I flinched at sudden noises. He attributed it to cabin fever and suggested I take a day off. I did, but it didn't help. The outside world felt bland, colorless, almost unreal, compared to the vivid, terrifying reality I had encountered. My nights were plagued by nightmares. I saw the green fog, the impossible tree, heard the keening lament and the river's hum. I woke up in a cold sweat, the profound chill from the wilderness clinging to me even in my small, rustic cabin. I started to research local legends, old Park Service reports, anything that might shed light on what I had experienced. Most were mundane, about lost hikers or unusual wildlife sightings. But a few, buried deep in obscure local history archives I found online at the nearest town's tiny library, spoke of strange happenings along the solstice, vanishing travelers, and unearthly lights in the deep woods. They were dismissed as folk tales, drunken ramblings, or exaggerated hunting stories, but now they resonated with a chilling familiarity. One particular entry caught my eye, an old newspaper clipping from the 1930s, yellowed and brittle. It reported on the mysterious disappearance of a trapper in the Monhegan wilderness near the Solstice River. His camp had been found intact, his traps still set, but the man himself had vanished without a trace. The article mentioned an unusually dense fog that morning and a peculiar cold that lingered for days. It was eerily similar to Arthur Jenkins. The thought of Jenkins gnawed at me. I had to tell someone, but who? The local sheriff was a gruff, practical man named Brody, who rarely dealt with anything more complex than a stolen fishing lure. He'd probably laugh me out of his office, and Jim would think I was crazy. But I couldn't ignore it. My conscience wouldn't allow it. Arthur Jenkins was gone, and whatever had taken him, I had witnessed its presence. The river was changing, the wilderness was changing, and I felt a growing, terrifying conviction that it was connected to that ancient tree. After a week of internal struggle, I knew what I had to do. I couldn't ignore it, couldn't let it fester. I had to go back, not to confront it, not to fight it, but to understand. To find some proof, something tangible I could show to Jim or Sheriff Brody, something that wouldn't make me sound like a lunatic. I spent the better part of a day preparing. I packed a heavier backpack than usual, stocking it with extra food, water, a first aid kit, a powerful flashlight, and a compass. I also brought a small, cheap digital camera. If I saw anything at all, I needed to document it. It felt absurd, like preparing for a ghost hunt, but the dread in my stomach was very real. The morning I set out, the weather was clear and bright. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue, and the sun shone down, warming the air. It was a stark contrast to the thick, oppressive fog of my previous encounter. I chose this clear day deliberately, hoping it would make the experience less disorienting, less frightening. I parked my truck at the usual spot, the logging trail entrance. The clearing looked normal, bathed in sunlight. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, the usual scents of the wilderness. Birds sang their familiar morning chorus, a cheerful symphony that seemed to mock the lingering fear in my heart. Everything felt ordinary, too ordinary. As I began my descent down the steep, unofficial path to the river, a subtle unease began to creep back in. The trail was dry, the leaves crunching pleasantly underfoot, but I found myself constantly scanning the woods, listening for any deviation in the natural sounds, any hint of that unnatural silence. When I reached the riverbank, the solstice was flowing normally, its current a steady eastward push. The water sparkled in the sunlight, a ribbon of silver and blue. There was no fog, no profound chill, no oppressive hum. It looked exactly as it always had, beautiful and serene. My rational mind tried to assert itself again, whispering, "See, you imagined it. It was just a bad dream." But the memory was too strong, too visceral. I knew what I had seen, and I knew the river had secrets. I began to walk upstream, this time with a purpose, with a destination in mind. Arthur Jenkins' deserted camp, and beyond it, the ancient keening tree. The path felt familiar now, devoid of the disorienting fog. I passed the fallen log, the cluster of maples, each landmark reassuringly in its place. After about an hour of walking, I spotted the clearing. The canvas tent, faded and solitary, stood exactly where I had last seen it. The fire pit was cold, filled with ash and charred wood. The fishing rods were still propped against the tree, the tackle box open on the log. The half-empty thermos still sat beside it. Everything was precisely as I had left it. And there, half buried in the damp leaves, was Arthur Jenkins' crumpled fishing permit. I knelt down and picked it up. It felt flimsy, fragile in my hand. The name, the dates, all legible. It was real. This was proof. I pulled out my digital camera and took several photos. The camp, the abandoned gear, the permit. It felt strangely clinical, documenting a tragedy. My hands were steady, my fear transmuted into a grim determination. Then I looked for the footprints. The ground was drier now, but I could still discern the faint indentations near the river's edge, leading directly into the water. And as before, no footprints leading out. I photographed those too, a silent testament to a vanishing act. The river itself seemed peaceful, almost indifferent, but I remembered the hum, the backward flow. Was it only visible under certain abnormal conditions? Was the fog a precursor, a symptom of its strange power? I decided to venture further. I knew the general direction of the ancient tree, based on the last time the keening had led me. Pushing through the dense undergrowth beyond Jenkins' camp, I walked steadily, my eyes scanning the forest for any sign of deviation from the norm. The sunlight dappled through the canopy, creating shifting patterns on the forest floor. It was beautiful, but an underlying sense of dread permeated the air, a cold breath that no amount of sunlight could entirely dissipate. The bird's song, which had been so robust near the truck, grew steadily fainter as I moved deeper into the woods, eventually fading into a hushed silence. The subtle signs were returning. The air, though bright with sunlight, began to carry that familiar, profound chill creeping in from the ground up. The trees around me seemed to grow taller, their branches intertwining more densely overhead, filtering the sunlight into mere slivers. Then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible low thrum. It wasn't the deafening drone of the last time, but a soft, deep vibration, a a pulse that seemed to come from the very earth itself. It was the river's hum, muted but undeniably present, a steady bass note beneath the otherwise silent wilderness. I kept walking, guided by the increasing cold and the faint thrumming. The trees grew more ancient, their trunks wider, their bark more gnarled. The forest floor became carpeted with a thick layer of pine needles, silencing my footsteps. It felt like I was entering a forgotten realm, a place untouched by time. And then I saw it, the clearing, and in its center, the colossal pine tree, even more imposing in the direct sunlight. Its trunk was indeed impossibly wide, its ancient bark a tapestry of intricate, almost living patterns. But today there was no phosphorescent green fog, no keening lament. The air around it was simply still, cold, and utterly silent. I approached cautiously, my camera ready. The ground beneath the tree was still covered in pine needles, but as I drew closer, I could see the scattered white fragments, the tiny bones, just as I remembered them. They were real. I took pictures, zooming in, trying to capture the eerie scattered remains. I looked for the opening in the trunk, the place where the green light had pulsed. It was there, a dark, gnarled cavity in the ancient wood. No light emanated from it today, no keening sound. It was just a dark hole, seemingly innocent, yet I knew the power it contained. I peered inside, but it was just a dark hollow, too deep to see its end. I took photos of the tree, of the opening, of the scattered bones. This was it. This was the proof. It wasn't just my imagination. This place, this tree, had a tangible, unsettling presence. As I finished taking my pictures, a faint breeze rustled through the canopy above me. It wasn't the usual gentle whisper of the wind through pine needles. This was a colder, more deliberate sigh, and it seemed to carry a faint, almost imperceptible sound. A whisper, but not the whisper of wind. It was a murmur, like many voices speaking at once, too soft to distinguish words, yet unmistakably there. It emanated from the ancient tree. My blood ran cold. The silence of the clearing suddenly felt terrifyingly loud. The whispers grew subtly, a low, collective murmur, rising and falling like a tide. It wasn't hostile, not aggressive, but it was profoundly unsettling, alien. It sounded like the very air around the tree was alive, breathing, speaking. I gripped my camera tighter, my heart pounding. Was this the keening I had heard before, transformed by the daylight, or something new entirely? I felt a pull, a magnetic draw towards the tree, a desire to understand, to listen closer. But another instinct screamed at me to flee, to run, to get as far away from this sentient, whispering entity as possible. I stood frozen for a moment, caught between fear and a strange, primal curiosity. The whispering intensified, growing into a low, resonant chorus that seemed to vibrate in my skull. My head began to ache again, that familiar throb behind my eyes. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the whispering stopped. The breeze died. The profound cold intensified sharply, sucking the warmth from the air. The hum of the river, which had been a low thrum, deepened and swelled, transforming into a guttural growl that reverberated through the earth beneath my feet. The ground around the tree began to vibrate, a low, rhythmic pulse. The very air around me seemed to grow heavy, thick, charged with an invisible energy. I felt an immense pressure, as if something vast and ancient was waking up, stirring beneath the earth. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the tree, my camera forgotten in my trembling hand. The growling hum of the river intensified, becoming an almost unbearable roar, pressing in on my eardrums. The vibration in the ground grew stronger, shaking the very roots of the trees around me. And then from the dark opening in the ancient pine, a faint green light began to pulse. Not a steady glow, but a rhythmic beat, like a colossal heart struggling to awaken. Each pulse sent a shiver through the ground, a wave of profound, cold energy radiating outwards. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that I had stumbled upon something truly ancient, something that transcended the natural world. This was not just a strange tree, it was a conduit, a gateway, a living entity of immense, terrifying power. I had disturbed it, had awakened it, simply by coming too close, by witnessing its secrets. The green light pulsed. The green light pulsed, a rhythmic throb that mirrored the frantic beat of my own heart. The growling hum of the river intensified, a deafening roar that vibrated through my very bones, threatening to tear my skull apart. The ground beneath my feet convulsed, sending tremors up my legs, making it impossible to keep my balance. I stumbled backwards, sprawling onto the pine needle-covered earth, my camera clattering uselessly beside me. The opening in the tree expanded, not physically, but as if the darkness within it deepened, became more absolute, drawing in the faint green light around its edges. It was like staring into a bottomless well, but a well that pulsed with an internal, terrifying luminescence. The air grew impossibly heavy, crushing, as if the very atmosphere was being compressed. My lungs struggled to draw breath, each gasp ragged and shallow. Then from the abyss of that opening, the keening returned. It wasn't a faint, mournful sound now. It was a full-throated, agonizing wail that tore through the air, mixing with the river's roar to create a cacophony of ancient sorrow and immense power. It was a sound that didn't just pierce my ears, it pierced my mind, my soul, dredging up forgotten griefs, amplifying every fear I had ever known. Images flashed behind my eyes, unbidden, overwhelming. Not the fleeting glimpses from before, but a torrent of coherent, horrifying visions. I saw the towering trees again, not just this one, but a forest of giants, stretching impossibly high into a sky that bled with colors I had no names for. Stars, impossibly bright like scattered diamonds, burned in a deep violet expanse. And beneath them, a landscape that twisted and writhed, alive with strange, phosphorescent flora. But these weren't just images, they were memories, sensations. I felt the deep, resonant pulse of that ancient world, a connection that thrummed through the roots of everything. I felt the incredible age of it, a time before humans, before known life, and then the change. A shadow fell over that vibrant world, a slow, encroaching blight. The sky darkened, the phosphorescent plants withered, the vibrant pulse weakened, became discordant, and then the invaders, not creatures of flesh and blood, but shapes, tendrils of darkness, impossibly thin yet massive, weaving through the ancient forest, absorbing, consuming. They moved with a chilling, predatory grace, their presence marked by an absolute, profound cold that snuffed out all life, all warmth. I saw the trees, the giants fall, not with a crash, but a slow, agonizing descent into petrified silence, their life force drained. They became conduits, hollowed shells, their profound connection to the earth twisted, repurposed. I saw the despair, the overwhelming sorrow of these ancient beings as they were transformed, their purpose corrupted. And then a new purpose, a desperate final act, a last, agonizing pulse of life, condensed, stored, hidden within the core of a single, chosen guardian, this tree, our tree. The vision snapped, leaving me gasping, clutching my head. My entire body trembled, drenched in a cold sweat. The keening from the tree intensified, now a desperate plea, a warning. It wasn't a lament of sorrow anymore, but a cry of profound, ancient terror. The ground beneath me erupted, not with an earthquake, but with a sudden, violent upsurge. Roots, massive and gnarled, ripped through the earth around the ancient pine, writhing like colossal serpents. They didn't just break the surface. They rose, pulsing with a faint green light, thick as telephone poles, some thicker. They lashed out, tearing at the surrounding earth, creating deep furrows. I scrambled backwards, terror propelling me, ignoring the pain in my protesting muscles. The ancient tree was coming alive, not just speaking, but moving, reacting. It was defending itself, or it was dying. One of the massive roots, thick and dark like polished mahogany, slammed down where I had been just moments before, sending a shower of earth and pine needles into the air. The impact shook the clearing, a dull thud that rattled my teeth. I rolled onto my side, pushing myself up, my legs screaming in protest. The whispers returned, rising above the keening and the river's growl, no longer an indistinct murmur. Now they were 1,000 voices, ancient and resonant, speaking not in words, but in pure, unfiltered emotion, a rush of desperate thoughts and warnings that flooded my mind. They come, the sleepers wake, the harvest begins. The cold, the void, it hungers. We fall, you stand on the last seed. The voices were chaotic, overwhelming, each thought a splinter in my brain. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing. The sounds, the words, were not entering through my eardrums. They were echoing directly within my skull. Then, from the deepest part of the opening in the tree, something emerged. It wasn't a living creature, not in the traditional sense. It was a column of pure shadow, impossibly thin yet solid like obsidian. It extruded itself slowly, deliberately, coiling upward, growing taller, until it dwarfed the colossal tree itself. Its surface was not uniform, but rippled, as if composed of countless swirling, hungry fragments of darkness. And radiating from it was the profound, soul-numbing cold I had felt at Jenkins' camp, but magnified 1,000-fold, a palpable force that sucked all warmth, all life from the air. This was the shadow, the one that had chased me, the one from the vision. It was a direct emanation from the tree, but not of the tree. It was a parasite, a predator, a harbinger of the blight. The keening of the tree reached a crescendo, a final, despairing cry that ended with a sharp, sickening crack. The pulsing green light from the opening flickered, then died, plunging the core of the tree into absolute darkness. The vibrant, writhing roots around it slowed, then froze, becoming brittle, petrified wood once more, still thrusting violently from the earth. The energy, the life, had been drained. The shadow, now fully formed, stood utterly still, a silent sentinel of cosmic dread. Its surface shimmered, a void against the dappled sunlight, absorbing light, warmth, and hope. It had no discernible features, no head, no limbs, just a column of twisting darkness, yet I felt its gaze, a terrible, hungry awareness focused entirely on me. The river's growl, which had been so deafening, suddenly cut out. The ground stopped vibrating. The whispers ceased. The clearing became utterly, terrifyingly silent, save for the frantic beat of my own heart, which seemed to echo in the sudden vacuum. The profound cold, however, remained, settling over me like a death shroud. I was alone with it. My mind, still reeling from the visions, struggled to make sense of the new reality. The tree, the ancient guardian, had just spent its last reserves of life to warn me, to show me. It had revealed the enemy, the ancient blight that was now awakening, and that blight was staring at me. Adrenaline surged through my veins, a desperate jolt. Every fiber of my being screamed one command: run. I pushed myself to my feet, my muscles stiff and screaming from the fall, my body shivering uncontrollably from the cold. I didn't look back at the shadow. I didn't dare. I just turned and ran, blindly, recklessly, crashing through the brittle, petrified roots that now littered the clearing. I plunged into the dense woods beyond, not caring about direction, only about putting distance between myself and that awful presence. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes. Roots tripped me, sending me sprawling, but I scrambled back up, fueled by a terror that was now absolute and visceral. The cold followed me, an invisible predator, biting at my exposed skin, freezing my breath in ragged gasps. The silence was absolute, a profound, unnatural stillness that seemed to press in on me from all sides. No birds, no rustling leaves, no sound of my own footsteps, only the frantic thumping of my heart and the ragged wheeze of my breath. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. I didn't know how long I ran or in what direction. The woods seemed to stretch on forever, a vast, silent maze. My mind conjured images of the shadow, impossibly thin, moving with its unnatural grace, always just behind me, always watching. Then a new sound, faint at first, almost imperceptible, a low, persistent hiss. It wasn't the river's growl or the trees keening. This was a dry, rasping sound, like sandpaper against bone, and it seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, a pervasive, chilling presence that tightened around me like a noose. The very air began to distort. The trees around me seemed to stretch, their branches twisting into skeletal claws. The ground shifted, undulating beneath my feet, making it impossible to maintain my footing. My vision blurred, a kaleidoscope of greens and browns, the familiar forest becoming a hallucinatory nightmare. The hiss intensified, growing louder, closer, transforming into a chorus of dry, whispering voices. They weren't the wise, ancient voices of the tree. These were cold, predatory, their whispers slithering into my mind like poison. Lost, little morsel, lost. The harvest begins anew for us. The sleepers wake for the hunger deep. I stumbled, falling hard, scraping my hands and knees on the unforgiving earth. Pain, sharp and immediate, lanced through me, but it was nothing compared to the overwhelming terror. I pushed myself up, scrambling forward, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. The distortions grew stronger. The trees themselves seemed to writhe, their bark peeling away to reveal dark, glistening flesh beneath. The ground pulsed with a faint, sickly green light, mimicking the ancient tree's last gasp. The air thickened, heavy with an acrid, metallic tang, like ozone mixed with decaying leaves. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that the forest itself was transforming around me, bending to the will of whatever ancient evil I had disturbed. It was trying to consume me, to absorb me into its burgeoning corruption. Then, through a momentary break in the swirling distortions, I saw it. A path, not a natural game trail, but a narrow, winding track, barely discernible, that seemed to glow with a faint, almost internal light. It wasn't the same emerald green as the tree, but a faint, ethereal silver, shimmering against the encroaching darkness of the forest. My rational mind, battered and bruised, screamed that it was a trick, another illusion. But something else, a desperate, primal instinct, tugged at me. It felt like a faint echo of the tree's last warning, a glimmer of hope in the overwhelming despair. I veered sharply, abandoning my blind flight, and lunged towards the shimmering path. My boots crunched on something metallic, something that wasn't earth. I didn't stop to look. I just ran, my body screaming, my mind overwhelmed by the sensory assault. As I stepped onto the silver path, the hissing whispers abruptly cut out. The distortions in the forest around me receded, though the trees still looked sickly, their leaves tinged with an unnatural gray. The profound cold lessened, replaced by a biting but more tolerable chill. It was still a hostile environment, but the immediate, suffocating terror began to recede, replaced by a desperate, fleeting hope. The path twisted and turned, narrow and overgrown, but surprisingly sturdy beneath my feet. It was made of something that felt like polished stone, smooth and cold, inlaid with faint, almost imperceptible patterns that glowed faintly silver. It wound deeper into the woods, seemingly heading away from the river, away from the ancient tree. I followed it, my pace slowing from a desperate run to a weary stumble, my eyes fixed on the shimmering silver ahead. The air here was clearer, though still filled with the acrid smell. The silence was not as absolute. A faint, distant hum, much weaker than the river's growl, echoed somewhere far away, a bass note beneath the otherwise still forest. After what felt like an eternity, the path widened, leading into a small, unexpected clearing, and in the center of that clearing stood a structure. It wasn't a cabin or a shack or anything I would expect to find deep in the Monhegan wilderness. It was a monolith, a tower of dark, polished stone, impossibly smooth, rising perhaps 20 feet into the air. Its surface was unbroken, featureless, absorbing the sunlight rather than reflecting it. It was ancient, clearly, but bore no marks of weathering or decay. It looked as if it had been placed there yesterday, yet belonged to a time before time. The air around the monolith shimmered faintly, a subtle distortion in the light. No whispers, no hissing, no growling hum, only a profound, heavy silence, a different kind of quiet than the predatory silence of the corrupted forest. This felt protective, still, watching. My breath hitched. This was another part of the puzzle, a piece of the ancient world the tree had shown me. This wasn't a natural structure. It was an artifact, a remnant of whatever civilization, whatever consciousness had existed here millennia ago. I approached cautiously, my fear of the corrupted forest still fresh, but my curiosity, my desperate need for answers, now overriding it. The monolith radiated a faint, almost imperceptible warmth, a welcome contrast to the pervasive cold. As I drew closer, I noticed a subtle detail at its base. There was an indentation, a shallow, circular depression in the stone, perfectly smooth, about the size of a human palm. It glowed faintly with the same ethereal silver as the path I had followed. Against my better judgment, compelled by an invisible force, I reached out my hand. My palm hovered over the indentation, the faint warmth from the stone seeping into my skin. The moment my fingers touched the polished stone, the silver glow intensified, pulsing brightly. A jolt not of electricity, but of pure, raw energy surged through my body. It wasn't painful, but it was overwhelming. A rush of information, sensation, and emotion that flooded my mind, far more intense and coherent than the chaotic visions from the tree. I saw the ancient forest again, vibrant and alive, but this time from a different perspective. I saw beings tall and slender, their forms indistinct, but radiating a calm, profound wisdom. They were connected to the trees, not just spiritually, but physically, their essence intertwined with the roots and branches, their consciousness flowing through the vast network of the forest. They were the guardians, the caretakers. They built these monoliths not as shelters, but as anchors, to the earth, to the stars, to the very fabric of reality. They were conduits, stabilizers, holding the delicate balance of their world in place. They understood the ancient pulse, the life force that flowed beneath the land, and they nurtured it. Then came the blight, the shadows. They were not native, not part of this world. They were an intrusion, a parasitic entity that fed on life, on warmth, on consciousness. They came from between spaces, from the void itself, drawn by the vibrant energy of the ancient forest. I saw the slow, agonizing corruption, the forest turning to gray, the life draining away. The guardians, their wisdom profound, tried to fight, but their nature was connection, not conflict. They tried to anchor the forest to protect its core, but the blight was too strong, too insidious. It consumed, it inverted, it turned life into its own dark reflection. The monoliths, once anchors, became prisons, not for the blight, but for the life force they were meant to protect. A desperate measure, a final gamble, to seal away the essence of their dying world, to preserve it in the hope that one day it might be reawakened. And the trees, the great trees, became the final line of defense. They poured their remaining life into a hidden core, a seed of possibility, a last ember of hope, while their physical forms became conduits for the encroaching void, luring the shadows, trapping them, slowing their spread. They became the sleepers, waiting, watching, guarding the last seed. The vision ended with a wrenching final image, a single colossal tree pulsing with a faint green light surrounded by the encroaching shadows, and then a deeper darkness, a long, profound sleep. I gasped, pulling my hand away from the monolith, stumbling backwards. My head pounded, my vision swam. The air around me felt thick with the weight of millennia, heavy with the burden of an ancient history. I understood now. The Solstice River was not just flowing backward. Its very essence was being inverted, its life force slowly drained and twisted. Arthur Jenkins hadn't just vanished. He had been consumed, another tiny morsel for the awakening hunger. The ancient tree was not just a strange curiosity. It was a dying guardian, a repository of ancient wisdom and a final, desperate warning. And the shadows, they were the blight, the invaders, the true inhabitants of the profound cold. The Monhegan Wilderness was not just a park. It was a battlefield, a place where an ancient war, long dormant, was stirring to life. The monoliths were protective wards, holding pockets of ancient, pure life force at bay, trying to keep the encroaching void from fully consuming the land. But they were weakening. The tree's death was a sign. The blight was spreading. I looked at the featureless monolith, absorbing its silent power. It wasn't just a marker, it was a key, a connection to a deeper truth, a deeper past, and now a deeper responsibility. My previous goal, to just report a missing angler and a strange tree, seemed laughably naive. Jim and Sheriff Brody wouldn't understand. They couldn't. This was beyond their comprehension, beyond human understanding. I had seen too much, felt too much, to simply walk away and pretend it was a dream. The monolith pulsed once more with a faint, silver light, a gentle reassurance. It was a message, silent but clear. You are connected now. You are part of this. I looked back down the shimmering silver path that had led me here. It was still there, winding back into the distorted forest, but I knew now what lay beyond it. The corrupting influence was growing, strengthening. The whispers, the hiss, the cold, they were not random. They were the slow, inexorable awakening of an ancient evil, stirred by the weakening of the ancient wards. I was no longer just a park monitor. I was an unwitting witness, a recipient of ancient knowledge, perhaps even a participant in a conflict that spanned eons. The thought was terrifying, overwhelming, but also strangely clarifying. I couldn't just leave. I had to do something. But what? How do you fight something that is pure shadow, pure cold, something that lives in the void between worlds? How do you even begin to explain it to a world that believes only in what it can see and touch? I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't face this alone. I needed help, but not the kind of help Jim or Sheriff Brody could provide. I needed someone who might believe, someone who understood the fringes of reality, the hidden corners of the world, someone who might have encountered such things before. I reached for my phone but then stopped. No signal, not out here. This was a pocket of silence, intentionally shielded perhaps by the monolith itself. I would have to make my way back to the truck, back to civilization. But this time I wouldn't be running in blind terror. I would be running with a purpose. I needed to find information, to find someone who could guide me. The old newspaper clippings, the local legends, they were just the tip of a much larger, terrifying iceberg. There had to be others who knew, who had studied these things. Cryptologists, folklorists, occult investigators, people who looked for what Jim and Brody dismissed as imagination. I took a deep breath, the acrid air still clinging to my lungs. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was mixed now with a grim resolve. The Monhegan wilderness was not just a beautiful, isolated park. It was a dying world, and I was somehow, inexplicably, its last hope. I turned and walked back along the shimmering silver path, my eyes scanning the surrounding forest. The distorted trees still looked menacing, their silent, gray forms pressing in on me, but they no longer held the same immediate terror. I knew their story now. I knew their suffering. The path eventually led me back to a more familiar part of the forest, the silver fading until it was just an ordinary dirt track winding through the trees. The profound cold began to recede, replaced by the natural chill of the deep woods. I started to hear the distant chirping of birds again, a faint, fragile sound that brought a measure of comfort. I walked steadily, navigating by instinct, my mind racing. The events of the last few hours had completely rewritten my understanding of reality. I had brushed against something unfathomable, something that defied all scientific explanation, all logic, and it had chosen me. It took me another hour or so to find my way back to the logging trail. The sun was higher now, filtering through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, familiar and comforting after the metallic tang of the corrupted woods. And there it was, my beat-up pickup truck, parked exactly where I'd left it. It looked incredibly ordinary, a mundane vessel of the everyday world. I half expected to find it transformed, corrupted, but it was just a truck. I reached for the door handle, my hand still trembling slightly. The cell signal on my phone, which I had forgotten in my terror, blinked alive as I stepped out of the deeper woods. Jim's name, still on the display, was a stark reminder of the world I had left behind and the impossible task of returning to it. I needed to make a plan, I needed to act, but first I needed to process everything. I got into the truck, started the engine, and just sat there for a long time, the roar of the engine a comforting, familiar sound that grounded me back to reality. I stared at the dense wall of trees, the entrance to the Monhegan wilderness, and knew that I would be back, but next time it would be on my terms. I drove out of the park, heading towards the nearest town, my mind a whirl of ancient trees, vanished anglers, spectral shadows, and an impossible cold. The sun was warm on my face, the highway stretched out before me, and the world outside the truck looked utterly normal. But I knew better. The veil had been lifted, and I had seen what lay beneath. The wilderness held secrets, and one of them was slowly, inexorably waking up, and it was hungry. I couldn't go to Jim. I couldn't go to the sheriff. They would never understand. I needed a different kind of help. I thought of the dusty archives, the old newspaper clippings, the obscure local history. There had to be others, other stories, other accounts. And those accounts had to lead somewhere to someone. My thoughts drifted to the old library in the Blinkanjumissit town of Monhegan, the one with the cracked windows and the perpetually bored librarian. It was tiny, but it had those archives, and it had the internet, however slow. I needed to dig deeper. I needed to find anyone anywhere who might have encountered something similar. The memory of the monolith, its silent power, and the flood of ancient knowledge felt like a burning brand in my mind. It wasn't just a place of dread, it was a place of truth. And I now carried that truth, a heavy burden that felt both terrifying and empowering. I passed the point where the cell signal usually died. My phone buzzed again, this time with a text message. It was from Jim. Don't forget those trail markers. See you at base by 3. I almost laughed. Trail markers. The mundane demands of a world blissfully unaware of the ancient blight stirring beneath their feet. I typed a quick reply, my fingers flying across the keypad. On my way, just needed a minute. But a minute wouldn't be enough. Not nearly enough. I was on a different path now, one that stretched far beyond the borders of the Monhegan wilderness into a realm of ancient horrors and forgotten lore. I needed to gather everything I could find, every whisper, every legend, every dismissed folk tale. There had to be a pattern, a thread connecting it all. The world was bigger, stranger, and far more dangerous than I had ever imagined, and I was in it, whether I liked it or not. The first step was the library. The second, a journey into the dark corners of forgotten knowledge. The third, a desperate search for allies, because what was coming for Monhegan, for the Solstice River, for the world, was not something a single person or a state park system could ever hope to face alone. I drove into town, the familiar, sleepy Main Street a jarring contrast to the cosmic dread that churned in my stomach. The gas station that doubled as a post office looked unremarkable. A few old-timers sat on benches outside the bait shop, swapping fishing stories, their concerns limited to the day's catch. They had no idea. I parked the truck and headed directly for the library, a small brick building nestled between the hardware store and the diner. The librarian, a woman named Agnes with thick-rimmed glasses and a permanent scowl, looked up as I entered, her expression barely changing. "Back already, Mark," she grumbled, her voice raspy from years of quiet. "Find what you were looking for." "More than I bargained for, Agnes," I replied, my voice hoarse. "Much, much more." I spent the rest of the day buried in local historical society documents, old newspapers, and even some dusty, handwritten journals Agnes reluctantly pulled from a locked cabinet in the back. The initial search was slow, frustrating. Most of the entries were what Jim would expect: local gossip, harvest reports, mundane crime blotters. But gradually, a pattern began to emerge. More missing persons, not just trappers, hikers, hunters, even a family of campers in the 1970s. Their disappearances were always attributed to bears, treacherous terrain, or simply getting lost. But the details, when they were available, were eerily similar. Intact camps, abandoned gear, strange fogs, and reports of an inexplicable, bone-chilling cold that often preceded the vanishings. One particular set of files sent a shiver down my spine. They were from the 1950s, a series of cryptic reports from a local forest ranger named Elias Thorne. Thorne hadn't just reported missing persons. He'd spoken of anomalies, unnatural stillness, and shadows that moved without a source. He detailed a slow, creeping dread that permeated the deeper woods, and he'd drawn crude maps, marking specific areas where the cold seemed strongest, where the trees seemed unwell. His reports were eventually dismissed by the state as the ramblings of a man driven mad by isolation, and he was eventually transferred out of the Monheg. And wilderness, reportedly for mental instability. But looking at his meticulous, frantic notes, I knew he wasn't crazy. Well, he had seen it, too. Thorne's reports mentioned a specific feature repeatedly: the Great Black Monolith. His descriptions, though less detailed, matched what I had seen. He spoke of its ability to still the air and a strange, comforting hum it sometimes emitted. He also alluded to finding strange, fragmented bones around old-growth trees, similar to what I'd discovered. He was trying to warn people, but nobody listened. I found a faded photograph among Thorne's papers, a blurry, sepia-toned image of him standing next to a map, pointing a finger at a specific spot. Scrawled across the map in Thorne's increasingly erratic handwriting were the words, "Where the currents invert, the gateway, the heart of Monhegan." The spot he was pointing to was precisely where the Solstice River made its sharpest bend, a wild, secluded stretch of water that had always felt different. The heart of Monhegan, the ancient tree, the monolith, it was all connected. Thorne had seen it, understood it, but had been powerless to stop it, and dismissed by a world that refused to believe. As the library prepared to close, Agnes coughed loudly, signaling the end of my research for the day. I gathered my notes, my heart heavy with the weight of this newly acquired knowledge. I had a direction now, a purpose, but the magnitude of the task ahead was daunting. I drove back to my small cabin, the moon a sliver in the darkening sky. The usual sounds of crickets and distant wildlife were muted tonight, or perhaps I was just attuned to the silence beneath the sounds. I pulled out Thorne's map, comparing it to a modern topographical map of the park. His markings, though decades old, were precise. He had identified at least 2 other monolith locations and several unwell tree sites, all radiating out from the main Solstice River. The heart of Monhegan was indeed the nexus, the origin point. The ancient tree, my keening tree, was likely one of Thorne's unwell trees, now completely succumbed to the blight. And the river was the main artery, carrying the corruption outwards. My phone rang. It was Jim. "Hey, Mark," he said, his voice cheerful. "How's that cabin fever doing? Feeling better after a day off?" "Yeah, Jim," I said, trying to keep my voice even, "much better. I actually stumbled onto some interesting local history at the library. Old Elias Thorne's reports. You ever hear of him?" There was a pause. "Thorne? Yeah, old man Thorne. Crazy as a loon, they said. Saw things in the woods. Started talking about unnatural cold and trees that whispered. Got himself sent to the loony bin eventually. Why?" "Just curious," I said, my heart sinking. "Some of his observations about the land, the flow of the river, they're pretty insightful." Jim snorted. "Insightful, sure. You spend too much time alone out there, Mark. You start seeing things too. Don't worry about old Thorne. Focus on those trail markers tomorrow, all right. We need to get that south loop done before the weekend." "Right, Jim," I said, disconnecting the call. "Trail markers." He wouldn't believe me. No one would, not without proof. I looked at Thorne's map again, at the crude, frantic lines, at the words, "the gateway, the heart of Monhegan." Thorne had been dismissed, silenced, because he saw the truth. I couldn't let that happen to me. More importantly, I couldn't let the heart of Monhegan fully awaken, not if Thorne's notes and my visions were any indication. The thought of returning to the monolith, to the ancient tree, filled me with a fresh wave of dread. But I knew I had to. I had photographs, but they were just images of a strange tree and some bones. What I needed was something undeniable, something that would force people to look beyond their comfortable disbelief. The visions from the monolith had given me a partial understanding, a glimpse into the mechanics of this ancient threat. The blight was feeding, growing, slowly twisting the very fabric of the wilderness. The inversions of the river, the unnatural cold, the silence, the vanishing acts, these were all symptoms of its insidious spread, and the monoliths, the anchors, were weakening. I realized with a jolt that my brief interaction with the monolith touching its surface had done more than just impart knowledge. It had, in some subtle way, changed me. I felt a faint resonance, a lingering connection to that ancient energy. A faint hum, no longer terrifying, but almost familiar. This was a fight for the wilderness, for this entire region, perhaps even for more. And I, a simple park monitor, was caught in the middle. The green light pulsed, the river hummed, and the shadows stirred. I needed to find a way to make them listen. I needed to find the others, the sleepers, not just the trees, but perhaps others like Thorn, driven to the margins, but who had seen the truth. They had to exist. They had to be out there. My journey had just begun. The whispers of old Elia's Thorn echoed in my mind as I stared at his frantic, decades-old map. The gateway, the heart of Monhegan. He was right, and I had found it, but knowing was only the first step. The daunting reality of what lay ahead pressed in on me, heavy and cold as the air around the ancient tree. My small cabin felt like a refuge, a temporary shield against the awakening terror, but I knew it wouldn't hold forever. The Monhegan wilderness, once my sanctuary, was now a battleground, and I, a simple park monitor, had been inexplicably drawn into the fray. Sleep didn't come easily that night. My mind replayed the visions from the monolith, the desperate warnings from the dying tree. The sheer scale of it all, an ancient blight, beings of pure shadow, a war spanning eons, was almost too much to bear. I tried to compartmentalize it, to break it down into manageable pieces, but every thought led back to the same terrifying truth. Monhegan was in danger. I spent the pre-dawn hours poring over Elias Thorne's notes, cross-referencing his crude map with my own memories and the detailed topographical maps provided by the Park Service. Thorne had marked 3 other monolith locations, all forming a loose triangle around the heart of Monhegan, the bend in the Solstice River where the ancient tree stood. He had also indicated several other unwell tree sites, places where the forest was sickly, the air unnaturally cold, and strange disappearances had occurred. His most chilling observation was about the nature of the monoliths themselves. He'd initially believed them to be markers, but his later, more frantic notes hinted at them being a defense. Anchors, he'd called them, holding the veil. He described them as emitting a faint resonance that kept the cold from fully permeating. His final entry, scrawled in a barely legible hand, spoke of the weakening and the sleepers waking, drawn by the decay. This resonated with the monolith's vision. They were indeed anchors, protecting the last vestiges of the ancient world's pure life force. And if they were weakening, if the blight was spreading, then the entire balance was shifting. I needed to see those other monoliths. I needed to understand their condition. If they were failing, like the ancient tree, then the wilderness was on the verge of being fully consumed. The sun was barely kissing the peaks of the eastern hills when I packed my gear. This time my backpack was even heavier. In addition to the essentials, I included a compass, a larger, more powerful flashlight, a satellite phone for emergency, but I doubted it would work near the monoliths, and a roll of heavy-duty surveyor's tape. I didn't know why, but the tape felt important, a way to mark my path, to leave a trace. I also grabbed the digital camera, its memory card now holding irrefutable, to me, at least proof of the ancient tree and Jenkins camp. Before I left, I made a conscious decision. Jim's cheerful ignorance was a liability. I couldn't tell him everything, but I couldn't just vanish for days either. I pulled out my Park Service radio, the one we used for daily check-ins. Monhegan 1 to base, I called, my voice betraying none of the internal turmoil. Jim's gruff voice crackled back. Base to Monhegan 1. Morning, Mark. Thought you were taking it easy today. Plans changed, Jim. Going to do a more thorough survey of the south central sector. There's been some unusual seismic activity reports from the regional office, apparently. Thought I'd check out the deeper ravines, see if anything's shifted. Might be out of radio range for a while. It was a flimsy lie, but Jim was practical, not paranoid. Seismic activity, eh? Never heard of that in Monhegan. All right, keep your head on a swivel, and don't forget those markers when you get back. Will do, Jim. Monhegan 1, clear. I disconnected the radio, feeling a pang of guilt, but also a fierce determination. Jim's concerns were mundane. Mine were existential. I drove my truck to a different logging trail entrance, one that Thorne's map suggested was closer to the northernmost monolith. The drive was uneventful, the world outside my window still blissfully normal. Birds sang, squirrels darted across the road. The illusion of peace was almost comforting. As I began my hike, the familiar process of entering the wilderness took on a new, unsettling quality. Every rustle in the leaves, every shadow, seemed to hold a hidden meaning. My senses were heightened, attuned to the subtle shifts Thorne had described. It took me over 2 hours of strenuous hiking, pushing through dense brush and navigating by compass to find the first monolith. Thorne's map had been surprisingly accurate, even after all these years. He hadn't had GPS, only a keen sense of the land and perhaps a deeper, intuitive guidance. The air grew progressively colder as I approached, but it was a different cold than the profound, draining chill around the ancient tree. This was a biting, elemental cold, like the heart of winter, but it felt clean, purifying almost. The trees around this second monolith were different too. They weren't the sickly, gray, distorting forms I'd seen near the corrupted ancient tree. These were old growth, yes, massive pines and oaks, but they stood tall and proud, their branches heavy with vibrant needles and leaves. Yet they too were silent. No bird song, no insect hum, just a deep, profound stillness that felt both ancient and watchful. The monolith itself was a twin to the first, a dark, featureless tower of polished stone rising 20 feet into the sky. It absorbed the sunlight, casting no shadows of its own, only a heavy presence. Around its base, the ground was cleared, devoid of undergrowth, carpeted in a thick layer of moss that seemed to glow with a faint, internal silver. And there, at its base, was the familiar circular indentation, pulsing with that ethereal silver light. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding, but a different kind of fear this time. Not the terror of the void, but a respectful awe. This felt like a sacred place, a place of power that was still intact. I hesitated, then reached out my hand. The moment my palm settled into the indentation, a surge of energy, similar to before, coursed through me. But this time, it wasn't a torrent of chaotic visions. It was a focused download of information, a clear, concise understanding that flowed into my mind like pure, cold water. The monolith was indeed an anchor, a ward. It was designed to channel and contain the ancient life force, to prevent the blight from fully consuming this specific area. It was also a sentinel, constantly monitoring the encroaching darkness. The vision it imparted was less about history and more about function. I saw the network, 3 monoliths forming a triangular barrier, protecting the heart of Monhegan, the deep nexus where the ancient tree had stood, now a gateway. These 3 monoliths were still active, still holding the line, but they were under immense strain. I saw faint fissures, spiderweb cracks of dark energy, spreading slowly across the invisible shield they projected. The blight was pushing against them, testing their defenses, seeking entry points. Each time one of the ancient trees fell, each time a life was consumed, the pressure on the monoliths intensified. The vision showed me the sleepers, the ancient trees. Not all of them were guardians like the one I found. Many were merely repositories, vast batteries of life force, slowly draining, their energy being absorbed by the blight. The keening I had heard was the sound of one such sleeper being consumed, its life force redirected to fuel the invaders' awakening. The specific tree I had encountered was unique. It was a speaker, a repository that also contained a fragment of the ancient guardian's collective consciousness, a final message of warning, and it had spent its last energy to show me, to connect with me. The energy faded and I withdrew my hand. My head felt clear, though the weight of the knowledge was immense. This monolith was still strong. It was fighting, but it couldn't fight alone, and it couldn't fight forever. I spent an hour examining the monolith and the surrounding area. I took photographs, documenting its appearance, the subtle silver glow, the ancient moss. I even took samples of the moss, carefully placing them in a sealed baggie. If I could get this to a botanist, perhaps they could identify it, provide some tangible proof of its ancient, unique properties. Before I left, I tied a strip of surveyor's tape to a nearby tree, a mundane splash of orange against the ancient forest. A small act, perhaps, but it was my mark, my acknowledgement of this place, my promise to return. The hike to the second monolith Thorn had marked was even more arduous. It led me deeper into the remote eastern section of the wilderness, an area rarely traversed by hikers or even park rangers. The terrain was rough, crisscrossed with steep ravines and rocky outcrops. The air grew steadily colder the closer I got, the silence intensifying until my own breath sounded impossibly loud. This monolith was different. As I pushed through a particularly dense thicket of spruce, I saw it, not standing proudly in a clearing but partially obscured, leaning precariously against a massive rock face. A long, jagged crack ran down its entire length, from top to bottom, as if struck by lightning or a colossal axe. The silver glow at its base was faint, flickering, almost imperceptible, and around it the moss was withered, turning brown at the edges like a dying thing. My stomach dropped. This monolith was failing. I approached slowly, a sense of dread settling over me. The trees immediately surrounding it were not robust and silent like the previous one, nor were they actively distorted like the ones near the ancient tree. They were simply gray. Their needles lacked luster, their bark was peeling, and many of their branches were brittle and snapped. They looked starved, drained. I placed my hand into the indentation. The jolt of energy was weak, fractured. The visions that came were sporadic, broken, like a flickering projector. I saw flashes of the blight pushing, an incessant pressure against the monolith's failing shield. I saw moments of the barrier straining, shimmering, then a single violent impact, a shadow, impossibly thin, slamming against the stone with silent force. The crack, the slow, agonizing decay. This monolith had been breached. Not fully, not yet, but its integrity was compromised. The protective field it once projected was riddled with holes, allowing the profound cold, the blight's true essence, to seep through. And through those fissures, the blight had already begun to feed. The gray trees, the withered moss, they were the first victims. The fragmented vision ended with a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, a dry, rasping sound that was not entirely from my mind. It seemed to come from the cracked monolith itself, a ghost of the predators that had broken it. Weak the wall falls. I snatched my hand back, my breath catching in my throat, the whispers from the corrupted forest. They were already here, or at least their echoes were. This was bad, very bad. If one monolith was failing, the entire network was vulnerable. Thorn had been right, the sleepers were waking, and the decay was accelerating. I photographed the cracked monolith, trying to capture the subtle signs of its distress. I took samples of the dying moss, the gray needles from the surrounding trees, more proof, more evidence of the creeping blight. I marked this location with surveyor's tape, a desperate act of claiming it, even as it succumbed. The return journey was even more unnerving. The woods felt heavier, the silence more oppressive. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, imagining the impossible shadows weaving through the trees, drawn by the weakness in the monoliths. By the time I reached my truck, the sun was beginning to dip below the western horizon. My legs ached, my head pounded, and my mind was a chaotic whirl of ancient lore and terrifying realities. I knew I couldn't visit the third monolith that day. Not only was it too far, located in the deep southwestern sector, but I was exhausted, physically and mentally. I needed to regroup, to process, and to figure out my next move. Driving back to my cabin, the thought of Jim's trail markers felt like a cruel joke. How could I worry about painted wooden signs when an ancient evil was stirring beneath our feet? Back in the cabin, I spread out Thorn's map, my topographical maps, and my new notes. I looked at the locations, the ancient tree now a gateway, the two monoliths, one strong, one failing, and the third still unseen. They formed a protective triangle, but one side was crumbling. The heart of Monhegan, the nexus, was where the tree stood. That was the source point for the reawakening blight, the primary entry point. The three monoliths were meant to contain it, to keep it from fully manifesting and spreading. But with one failing, the triangle was incomplete. The barrier was porous. The profound cold, the shadows, could now move more freely. I needed to check the third monolith, but I also needed to find help. Thorn's reports, my photos, the moss samples, it was all circumstantial. I needed someone who understood, someone who could help me interpret this, who could give me tools, knowledge, and perhaps even allies to fight back. My mind went back to the old library, to Agnes and the dusty archives. If Thorn had been dismissed as a madman, there had to be others. Cryptologists, folklorists, occultists, people on the fringes, people who believed in what others dismissed. I fired up my laptop, the slow satellite internet groaning to life. I started searching, not for missing persons or strange lights anymore. My search terms were more specific, more desperate. Ancient wilderness phenomena, dimensional rifts, shadow entities, protective wards, ancient tree lore. The initial results were a flood of conspiracy theories, New Age mysticism, and outright fiction. But I persisted, digging deeper, filtering out the noise, looking for academic papers, obscure journals, historical societies that focused on the truly bizarre. Hours melted away. The moon rose high, casting long shadows through my cabin window. My eyes burned, but I couldn't stop. I felt a desperate urgency, a clock ticking down to an unknown, terrible event. Then a name caught my eye, Dr. Eris Thorn, a distant relative of Elias Thorn, perhaps. The article was from a fringe online journal titled Beyond the Veil, Investigating Anomalous Manifestations in Isolated Wilderness Zones. Dr. Thorn was described as a reclusive scholar, an independent researcher specializing in paradimensional ecology and extinct consciousness. The article mentioned his previous work, including a controversial theory about ancient, non-terrestrial entities influencing Earth's nascent ecosystems. He had reportedly spent decades investigating sites of profound cold and unexplained disappearances in remote, untouched wilderness areas across the globe. It sounded exactly like what I was looking for, a direct link to Elias Thorne, a shared family name, and a specific academic focus that aligned perfectly with my terrifying reality. The article provided a general location, a remote research outpost in the Canadian Rockies. No direct contact information, but a P.O. box and a cryptic mention of seeking contact through established archival channels. Established archival channels. That meant old libraries, historical societies, university archives, the very places I had been digging. This was my chance. I printed out the article, my hands shaking slightly. This felt like a genuine lead, a potential ally in a world that refused to believe. The next morning, I woke with a renewed sense of purpose. Before I could reach out to Dr. Thorne, I needed to gather more concrete evidence. I needed to confirm the condition of the third monolith. I radioed Jim again, using another fabricated excuse. Monhegan 1 to base. Jim, I'm heading out to the far southwestern sector today. Heard some reports of unusual erosion along the old deer trails down there. Want to check it out before the big freeze. More erosion, eh? Jim grunted. All right, Mark, just be careful. That's rough country. Always am, Jim. Monhegan 1, clear. The hike to the third monolith was the longest and most challenging yet. Thorne's map led me through an utterly untamed part of the Monhegan wilderness, far from any established trails. It was a dense primeval forest, where the trees grew so thickly that sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, even at midday. The ground was boggy in places, treacherous with unseen roots and fallen logs. As I drew closer, the cold returned, but it was the profound, draining cold this time, the one that sapped warmth from your very bones. It was a cold that felt unnatural, aggressive. My breath plumed thickly in the air, and my fingers grew stiff despite my gloves. Then I heard it, not a keening, not a growl, but a faint, dry hiss, like sandpaper against bone, barely audible above the strained silence. It was the same sound I'd heard in the corrupted forest when fleeing the shadow. My heart hammered against my ribs. This monolith was in trouble. I pushed through a final curtain of tangled branches, and the sight that greeted me froze me to the spot. The third monolith stood in a small, forlorn clearing, but it was no longer a pillar of dark, polished stone. It was shattered, exploded. Fragments of dark, smooth rock were scattered across the clearing, embedded in the earth, lying in grotesque piles. Some pieces glowed faintly with a dying silver light like embers from a fire. And around the shattered remains, the very ground was writhing, not with roots, but with what looked like thick, black tendrils pushing up from beneath the earth, intertwining around the monolith's fragments. They pulsed with a faint, sickly green light, the same as the ancient tree had emitted in its final moments of corruption. The trees surrounding this clearing were far beyond gray. They were black, skeletal, their bark peeled away to reveal dark, glistening flesh. The air was thick with the acrid, metallic tang of ozone and decay, overpowering the usual forest smells. The silence was absolute, suffocating, broken only by the pervasive, dry hiss that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. This was a full breach. This anchor was destroyed. I stumbled back, my mind screaming in primal terror. The monolith was gone. The blight had won this battle. As I watched, horrified, a column of pure shadow, impossibly thin yet massive, slowly extruded itself from the center of the shattered monolith. It rose, coiling upwards taller and taller, until it towered over the skeletal trees, a silent sentinel of cosmic dread. Its surface rippled with swirling, hungry fragments of darkness and radiated the profound, soul-numbing cold that had chased me before. Another shadow, and this one was fully formed, a direct emanation from a fully corrupted source. The hiss intensified, growing into a chorus of dry, whispering voices, echoing directly in my skull. Broken, the anchor falls. The path is open for the hunger. The harvest begins anew. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing. The voices were inside me. They were triumphant. The column of shadow moved ever so slightly, turning its featureless form towards me. I felt its gaze, its terrible, hungry awareness, focused entirely on my pathetic, trembling form. Adrenaline, cold and sharp, flooded my veins. There was no hope of gathering samples here, no hope of taking photos. This was not a place for documentation, it was a place for survival. I turned and ran, blindly, recklessly, crashing through the brittle black trees, ignoring the branches that tore at my clothes, the roots that tripped my feet. The profound cold enveloped me, biting at my exposed skin, freezing my breath in ragged gasps. The silence was absolute, broken only by the frantic thumping of my heart and the rasping wheeze of my breath. The hiss followed, pervasive, closer, accompanied now by a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground itself. It was the river's growl, but distorted, amplified, filled with malevolent intent. The forest around me began to writhe, the black trees stretching and twisting into skeletal claws, their dark, glistening flesh exposed. The ground pulsed with that sickly green light, and the air grew thick with the metallic tang. I was in the heart of the fully corrupted zone. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead. Every step was agony, every breath a desperate struggle against the suffocating cold and the acrid air. I stumbled, fell, pushed myself back up, driven by pure animalistic terror. Then, just as I felt I couldn't take another step, a fleeting flicker of light pierced the oppressive gloom. Not the sickly green of corruption, but a faint, pure silver shimmering in the distance. The path, another one. My rational mind screamed that it was a trick, a lure, but the previous one had led me to safety, to understanding. This was my only chance. I veered sharply, abandoning my blind flight, and lunged towards the shimmering silver. My boots crunched on something metallic, something that wasn't earth. I didn't stop, I just ran. As I stepped onto the silver path, the hissing whispers and the guttural growl abruptly cut out. The distortions in the forest around me receded, though the black, skeletal trees still loomed, menacing in their silence. The profound cold lessened, replaced by a biting but more tolerable chill. The immediate, suffocating terror began to recede, replaced by a desperate, fleeting hope. This path was identical to the previous one, made of polished stone, smooth and cold, inlaid with faintly glowing silver patterns. It twisted and turned, leading deeper into the woods, but also, paradoxically, away from the core of the corruption. I followed it, my pace slowing from a desperate run to a weary stumble. The air here was clearer, though still tinged with the metallic smell. The silence was not as absolute. A faint, distant hum, much weaker than the river's growl, echoed somewhere far away, a bass note beneath the otherwise still forest. After what felt like an eternity, the path widened, leading into a small, unexpected clearing, and in the center of that clearing stood another structure. It was not a monolith. This was a circular enclosure, perhaps 30 feet in diameter, formed by 12 smaller, slender pillars of the same dark, polished stone. Each pillar was perhaps 10 feet high, and between them an invisible barrier shimmered faintly, distorting the light like heat rising from asphalt on a summer day. The air inside the enclosure was notably warmer, almost comfortable, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. And within the circle, on the moss-covered ground, were intricate patterns, glowing faintly silver, radiating a soft, steady light. This was different. This wasn't an anchor or a sentinel. This felt like a place of refuge, a ward of a different kind. I approached cautiously, my fear of the corrupted forest still fresh, but a growing sense of wonder overriding it. As I drew closer, I noticed a subtle detail at the center of the enclosure. There was a pedestal about waist high, fashioned from the same dark, polished stone, and on top of the pedestal, resting in a shallow depression, was a small, ornate wooden box. It was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to echo the patterns on the ground, glowing with the same ethereal silver light. My mind raced. A refuge, a hidden chamber, what was in the box? Compelled by an invisible force, I stepped through the shimmering barrier. It felt like passing through cold, dense water, a momentary resistance, then warmth. The hiss from the forest outside, which had been a distant threat, now seemed entirely cut off. The air within the circle was pure, clean. I walked to the pedestal, my eyes fixed on the box. It was made of a dark, ancient wood, smooth and cool to the touch. The silver carvings seemed to writhe, alive with a contained energy. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the box. What if this was a trap? What if opening it unleashed something worse? But the profound sense of protection within the enclosure, the pure air, the warmth, it felt like a haven, a gift. With a deep breath, I reached out and touched the box. The silver glow intensified, and a faint, almost imperceptible hum resonated from it, a gentle, reassuring vibration. There was no jolt of energy, no overwhelming vision, only a subtle warmth spreading through my fingers, a feeling of ancient wisdom and contained power. I pressed the intricate silver clasp. It clicked softly, and the lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on a bed of glowing silver moss, were 3 items. The first was a small, smooth stone, oval-shaped, about the size of my thumb. It was jet black, but when I picked it up, it shimmered with faint, internal specks of silver light like captured stars. It was surprisingly light and pulsed with a steady, gentle warmth that spread through my hand, chasing away the last vestiges of the profound cold. The second item was a roll of parchment, tightly bound with a thin silver thread. It looked ancient, its edges frayed, its surface covered in what looked like faded, intricate symbols, not words I recognized, but flowing, organic patterns that seemed to pulse with faint light. The third item was a small, finely crafted knife. Its handle was made of the same dark, ancient wood as the box, inlaid with silver patterns. The blade, however, was not metal. It was a dark, obsidian-like material, impossibly sharp, and glowing with the same ethereal silver light as the path and the monoliths. It radiated a subtle energy, a feeling of focus and purpose. I carefully picked up the stone first. It felt right in my hand, a profound connection. It seemed to whisper, not with words, but with a feeling of steadfastness, of anchor. It was a key, I realized, not to a physical lock, but to a deeper understanding, a way to channel the energy of the monoliths. Next, the parchment. I carefully untied the silver thread and unrolled it. The symbols were indeed a language, but one that transcended human understanding. Yet, as I gazed at them, the stone in my hand seemed to hum faintly, and my mind began to interpret, not literally, but intuitively. It was a map, not of physical terrain, but of energy currents, of the flow of life force through the wilderness. It showed the three monoliths, glowing brightly, forming their protective triangle. It showed the heart of Monhegan, the nexus where the ancient tree had stood, now depicted as a gaping void. It showed the pervasive tendrils of the blight, black and consuming, radiating outwards from the void. But it also showed pathways, faint silver lines like the one I had followed. These were not just physical paths, they were channels of pure energy, remnants of the ancient guardians' network, connecting places of refuge, places of power. And etched onto the parchment, almost like a separate, overlaying layer, were human-like figures. Not warriors, but figures standing in quiet contemplation, hands raised, connected to the glowing lines to the earth. They were the chosen, the bearers of the seed, those who could interact with the ancient network. One of the figures, smaller and more distinct, was clearly marked near the heart of Monhegan. It was a representation of the speaker tree, its final message, and next to it, a much smaller, flickering silver light radiating outwards from the tree toward one of the chosen figures. That was me. The connection the tree had made, its last act, was depicted here. The parchment also contained warnings, symbols of encroaching darkness, of weakening wards, and then a final set of symbols, pulsing with a desperate silver light depicting a convergence, a gathering, a hope. This was not just a map, it was a prophecy, a guide. Finally, the knife. I picked it up. The obsidian blade was cool, smooth, incredibly sharp. It felt perfectly balanced in my hand. It was not a weapon of war, not for shedding blood. It was a tool for cutting, yes, but for cutting through illusions, through corrupted energy, for severing connections. It was a blade against the blight, not against flesh. I looked at the three items in my hands, the anchor stone, the map prophecy, and the blade of truth. These were the tools of a new calling, a new purpose. The ancient guardians in their last moments had prepared for this. They had left a legacy, a hope, for those who would eventually find it. I placed the stone in my pocket, feeling its reassuring warmth. I carefully re-rolled the parchment, bound it with its silver thread, and tucked it into a waterproof pouch in my backpack. The knife I placed in a sheath I quickly fashioned from a piece of canvas and surveyor's tape, securing it to my belt. It felt like a part of me now, an extension of my will. I looked around the circular enclosure. The 12 pillars, the glowing patterns on the moss, the shimmering barrier. This was a sanctuary, a place where the pure energy of the ancient world still resonated, untouched by the blight. My previous despair began to recede, replaced by a fierce resolve. The monoliths were failing, one was destroyed. The blight was spreading, but there was still hope. The guardians had left these tools, this knowledge, and they had chosen me. I stepped back through the shimmering barrier into the cold, silent, and potentially hostile forest. The hiss was still there, a faint, distant threat, but it no longer held the same power. I had a purpose now. I had tools. I had a direction. I began the long, arduous trek back to my truck. My mind was no longer consumed by fear, but by strategy. I needed to find Dr. Eris Thorne. The map prophecy on the parchment indicated a convergence, a gathering. He was my first lead, my first potential ally. The knowledge from the monoliths and the enclosure had provided a clearer understanding of the blight. It was a parasitic, non-corporeal entity that fed on life force, on warmth, on consciousness. It manipulated the environment, creating the profound cold, the distortions, the silence to facilitate its consumption. The shadows were its manifestations, its extensions. The monoliths were anchors of pure energy, containing the ancient life force and keeping the blight at bay. The ancient trees, the sleepers, were repositories of this life force, vast batteries being slowly drained. The corrupted tree I had found was a primary entry point, a gateway, and the river, the solstice, was its main artery for spreading the corruption, inverting its very essence. My task was clear. I needed to understand how to repair the anchors, how to seal the gateways, and how to stop the blight from fully awakening and consuming the wilderness. And I couldn't do it alone. As I walked, I began to think of the symbols on the parchment, the chosen figures connected to the ancient network. They were not just symbols of ancient guardians. They were a representation of a lineage, a connection that could be passed down or awakened. Had Elias Thorne been one such chosen? Was Dr. Eris Thorne, his descendant, also connected? Was that why he studied paradimensional ecology and extinct consciousness? The implications were staggering. I was not just a lone park monitor. I was part of a legacy, an unwitting inheritor of an ancient war. It took me hours to navigate back to my truck, the setting sun painting the sky in fiery hues that seemed to mock the darkness gathering beneath the canopy. I was physically drained, but mentally alert, buzzing with a strange mix of terror and exhilaration. When I finally reached the logging trail, my old pickup truck looked like a shining beacon of sanity. I climbed in, started the engine, and pulled out onto the gravel road, heading towards civilization, towards the faint promise of a Wi-Fi signal. My phone, which I'd left in the truck, immediately buzzed with a message. It was Jim. "You're late, Mark. Everything all right. Said you'd be back by now. Need those markers down by 3. I looked at the message, then at the rearview mirror. My face was pale, streaked with dirt and sweat, my eyes wide and bloodshot. But in their depths there was a new glint, a grim determination that hadn't been there before. "Everything's fine, Jim," I muttered to myself. "Just ran into a bit of ancient history." I typed a reply. "On my way, Jim. Long day. Erosion was worse than expected. Got some interesting findings, though." The interesting findings were not about erosion. They were about the end of the world as we knew it, or at least the beginning of its profound corruption. My first priority, the library. I needed to find a way to contact Dr. Eris Thorne. I needed to leverage everything Agnes had, every dusty book, every obscure journal. The road ahead was long, fraught with danger, and entirely uncharted, but I was no longer running blind. I had a map, a purpose, and a small obsidian knife that glowed with a faint silver light. And in my pocket, the anchor stone, a steady warmth against my skin, a silent promise of connection. The fight for Monhegan had truly begun, and I was, by some ancient design or cruel twist of fate, at its forefront. The old truck rumbled along the dark highway, carrying me away from the Monhegan wilderness, but not from its secrets. The ordinary glow of passing headlights, the familiar hum of the engine, the distant rumble of an 18-wheeler, it all felt like static, a thin veneer over the terrifying reality I now carried. The anchor stone in my pocket was a steady, warm presence against my thigh, a tangible connection to the ancient power, a silent counterpoint to the cosmic dread still churning in my gut. My eyes burned from exhaustion, but my mind was sharper than it had ever been, racing with 1,000 thoughts. The shattered monolith, the coalescing shadow, the triumphant whispers, they were burned into my memory, a terrifying testament to the Blight's advance. The map prophecy on the parchment, the obsidian knife, and the anchor stone were not just tools, they were a legacy, a desperate hope left by ancient guardians. I pulled into Monhegan, the sleepy main street looking just as it had that morning, oblivious. The diner's lights were still on, casting a warm, inviting glow onto the sidewalk. A couple of cars were parked outside, their occupants likely enjoying a late-night coffee and slice of pie. Normalcy, a distant, unreachable dream for me now. I drove straight to the library. Agnes, surprisingly, was still there, hunched over a computer, her thick-rimmed glasses pushed up on her nose. She grumbled something about late-night cataloging, but her eyes, when she looked up at me, held a hint of concern. "Mark, you look like you've seen a ghost," she rasped, pushing a stray strand of gray hair behind her ear. "Rough day out there." I managed a weak smile. "You could say that, Agnes. Listen, I need your help more than ever." She peered at me, her gaze surprisingly direct. "I thought you might. Your kind always comes back. What is it this time? More of Elias Thorne's ramblings?" "Precisely," I said, pulling out the printout about Dr. Eris Thorne. "Do you know anything about him? A distant relative of Elias, maybe." Agnes took the paper, her brow furrowed as she read. "Eris Thorne, the name rings a bell, but not from around here. Elias had some family, sure, but they were mostly out west or up in Canada. This one, paradimensional ecology, extinct consciousness, sounds just like Elias, only with fancy words. They called Elias madman, this one scholar. Funny how that works, isn't it?" "Do you have any way to contact him?" I pressed, my voice urgent. The article mentioned established archival channels for contact. Agnes's eyes twinkled. "Ah, the secret language of the reclusive academic. Yes, I might. We're connected to the interlibrary loan network, of course, and through that to university databases and even some private research collectives. It's how folks like Elias' family sometimes kept tabs on him, though he rarely responded. He was a difficult man to track once he got a notion in his head." She paused, studying my face. "Why do you need to find him, Mark? What's so urgent?" I took a deep breath. "Agnes, what I'm about to tell you, it's going to sound completely insane, but I need you to listen, and I need you to believe me." And so, in the hushed silence of the Monhegan Public Library, bathed in the soft glow of fluorescent lights, I recounted everything. I told her about Arthur Jenkins's disappearance, the inverted river, the keening tree, the profound cold. I described touching the first monolith, the flood of visions, the ancient blight, the awakening hunger. I spoke of Elias Thorne's map and how I had followed it to the other monoliths, the strong one, the failing one, and the one that had been shattered, unleashing a fully formed shadow entity and whispers into my mind. I described the shimmering silver path, the circular enclosure, and the ancient box, pulling out the anchor stone and the obsidian knife, laying them gently on Agnes's worn wooden desk. I even carefully unrolled the parchment, letting the glowing, alien symbols shimmer beneath the harsh library lights. Agnes listened, her face expressionless, her eyes fixed on the items, then on me. She didn't interrupt, didn't scoff, didn't even blink. Her silence was more unnerving than any outburst. When I finished, the library was utterly still. The only sound was the faint hum of the computer. Agnes slowly reached out a gnarled hand, her fingers trembling slightly, and picked up the anchor stone. She turned it over, feeling its warmth, tracing the faint silver specks within. Then she picked up the knife, her thumb brushing the obsidian blade, a look of profound recognition on her face. Her gaze lingered on the parchment, those ancient symbols seeming to pulse with a faint light even for her. "The old stories are true, then," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "All of them. The whispers in the woods, the cold spots that made livestock sick, the children who vanished without a trace never found. It was never bears, was it? Or bad weather?" My heart soared. She believed me, or at least she understood. "You've heard these stories." Agnes nodded, her eyes distant. "My grandmother. She spoke of the hollow men who walked without shadows, who brought the winter's kiss. She said they fed on warmth, on life, and when they awoke, the world would forget itself. She said the Monhegan Hills were built on old bones and that the land had a memory, a dark memory for those who knew how to listen." She put the items back on the desk with reverence. "Elias Thorne wasn't mad, Mark. He saw it. He just didn't have the words or the proof or the right ears to listen." She looked at me, a flicker of something I couldn't quite name in her ancient eyes. "You have the proof, and you have the tools." "And the map," I added, tapping the parchment. "It shows pathways, places of refuge, and it shows figures. The chosen," it called them, "people who can connect to the network." "Like Elias, perhaps," Agnes mused. "And now like you." She gave me a penetrating look. "Are you ready for this, Mark? This isn't just about protecting the park. This is different." "I don't have a choice," I said, the words coming out with fierce conviction. "The third monolith is shattered. The blight has a full gateway now. If it's not stopped, it will consume everything." Agnes nodded slowly. "Then we start with Eris Thorne. He might be the only one who can translate that ancient script, who understands the deeper lore. Give me a few hours. I'll scour every academic network, every private collective, every obscure research bulletin. If he's out there, I'll find a way to reach him. But it won't be easy. The truly important ones don't use email addresses or cell phones." I felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, Agnes. You have no idea what this means." "Oh, I think I do," she said, a grim set to her jaw. "The world is waking up, Mark, and it seems Monhegan is at the heart of it." I couldn't stay at the library, not with the immediate threat hanging over the wilderness. I needed to move, to prepare. I gathered my belongings, including the precious tools, and left Agnes to her digital hunt. Back at my cabin, the sense of urgency was overwhelming. I spent the next few hours meticulously charting out the monolith locations, the corrupted zone, the silver paths, and the new sanctuary on a detailed topographical map. The anchor stone pulsed faintly in my hand as I worked, almost guiding my pencil. The parchment lay open beside me, its symbols now feeling less alien, more like a blueprint for survival. The map on the parchment was abstract, showing flows of energy rather than precise trails, but combined with Elias Thorne's markings and my own reconnaissance, a clearer picture emerged. The three monoliths formed a rough triangle, with the heart of Monhegan, the shattered tree gateway, at its center. The sanctuary, the circular enclosure with the 12 pillars, was connected to the strongest monolith by one of the silver paths, positioned like a hidden emergency bunker. The blight was not a single entity, I realized from the map and the visions, but a collective consciousness, a parasitic intelligence that spread like a fungal infection. Its physical manifestations, the shadows, were merely extensions, probes. Its true nature was cold, void, a hungry emptiness that sought to invert and consume all life force. The primary gateway, the shattered tree, was leaking now. The destroyed monolith meant that one side of the protective triangle was gone, leaving the wilderness exposed. The blight could now establish footholds, creating more corrupted zones, turning more ancient trees into drained husks, and attracting more hollow men into our reality. I needed to secure the remaining active monolith, the one that was still strong. It was the last bulwark. Before I could do anything else, I needed to check on Agnes. Hours had passed. The first sliver of dawn was painting the eastern sky when I drove back to the library. The lights were still on. Agnes looked up as I entered, her face etched with fatigue, but a triumphant gleam in her eyes. "Got him," she announced, pushing a printout across the desk. "It wasn't easy. He keeps an extremely tight ship, but I found an old contact from his university days, a former colleague now retired in Vermont. He remembered Eris's fascination with his great uncle Elia's eccentric theories and mentioned a specific P.O. box in a very remote Canadian town. Said he occasionally responds to letters if the subject matter is sufficiently esoteric." "A letter?" I asked, dismayed. "That could take days, weeks." "It's the only way, Mark," she said firmly. "He's not online. He's not on the grid. He's out there researching, observing. What you're dealing with isn't something that sends emails." She pointed to the paper. "I drafted a message. Mentions Elia's the unnatural cold, the inversion of currents, a shattered anchor. Enough to pique his interest, I think." "And you trust this old colleague?" "He's a reputable man," Agnes affirmed. "And besides, who else are we going to trust? People who laugh at ghost stories." She looked at the anchor stone and knife on the table. "I'll send it express mail. It's the best we can do for now." "It's also the only way to send those moss samples you gave me to a specific university lab, Agnes, located which specializes in unusual botanical anomalies. They might not believe the story, but the physical samples might intrigue them enough to provide some kind of analysis." "Thank you, Agnes," I said, truly grateful. "You're a lifesaver." "Just doing my job," she said, a faint smile touching her lips. "Librarians are keepers of knowledge, Mark, and sometimes that knowledge is stranger than fiction." She paused, her gaze serious again. "What will you do now while we wait?" "I'm going to the other monolith," I replied, pointing to the strong one on my map, the one that's still intact. "It's the last line of defense in the area. I need to understand it better, see if there's a way to strengthen it, to shore up its defenses." Agnes nodded. "Be careful, Mark. Elias notes they didn't end well for him. He tried to fight it, too, in his own way, and it broke him." "I have the tools he never had," I said, tapping the knife and stone. "And I have you. We're not alone in this." With the letter to Eris Thorne and the samples dispatched, I returned to my cabin to prepare. I gathered extra batteries for my flashlight, a tarp, more rope, and a larger first aid kit. The sun was fully up now, casting long shadows across the cabin floor, but the light felt thin, fragile, struggling against the encroaching darkness. My journey back to the intact monolith was faster this time. I knew the way, my senses heightened, guided by an instinct that felt strangely ancient, a resonance with the anchor stone in my pocket. The air grew cold, but it was the clean, elemental cold I remembered, not the profound, draining chill of the blight. The forest was silent, but it was a watchful silence, not a malevolent one. When I reached the monolith, it stood as I remembered it, a dark, featureless tower, silently absorbing the light, radiating its steady, pure energy. The moss at its base still glowed with faint silver. I approached, and this time the fear was replaced by a sense of communion. I placed my hand into the circular indentation. The surge of energy was familiar, clear, like a deep wellspring of pure water. The monolith communicated its purpose, its function, and its current state. It was indeed holding the line, a steadfast sentinel, but the breach at the shattered monolith had increased the pressure on this one. I could feel the subtle vibrations, the unseen forces pushing against its ancient defenses. It was like a dam holding back a rising tide, strong but finite. The vision it imparted was less about the past, more about the present and the immediate future. I saw the network of silver pathways, like veins of light crisscrossing the wilderness. These paths were conduits of pure life force, remnants of the ancient guardian system. They connected the monoliths, the sanctuaries, and a few remaining speaker trees that were not yet fully corrupted. The enclosure I had found was one such sanctuary, a node in this network, a safe harbor, and the tools in the box were meant to activate and interact with this network. The anchor stone, it was a focusing crystal, a conduit. It could draw energy from the monoliths, from the Earth's own pure life force, and direct it. It was, in essence, a fragment of the monolith itself, a portable key. The obsidian knife, it was not for cutting physical objects. It was a severing blade, capable of cutting through corrupted energy, of disrupting the blight's tendrils, of severing its parasitic connections to the ancient trees or even to the environment itself. It could also, the vision implied, cut through illusions, revealing hidden truths. The parchment map, it was not just a historical document, but a living map, attuned to the network. As I focused on it, holding the anchor stone, the faint silver lines on the parchment pulsed, highlighting the remaining strong points, the vulnerable areas, and hinting at hidden pathways I hadn't seen before. The vision also showed me the source of the problem. The heart of Monhegan, the nexus where the ancient tree had stood, was now a vortex, a wound in reality. It was drawing the blight, focusing its power, and allowing its hollow men to manifest more fully. Closing that wound, sealing that gateway, was the ultimate goal. But it was too powerful now, too deeply established. The immediate task was to reinforce the remaining monolith. The monolith showed me how. It was about attunement, about connection. The chosen figures on the parchment were not just symbolic. They were individuals capable of channeling the pure life force, of acting as living conduits to bolster the wards. This was the Guardian's ultimate defense, human connection to the ancient network. The anchor stone was the key. I sat at the base of the monolith, the anchor stone in my hand, the parchment spread before me. I focused, letting the stone hum, feeling its connection to the silent guardian. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my mind, trying to understand what the monolith wanted me to do. The answer came not as words, but as a sensation, a subtle energetic exchange, a pushing and pulling. The monolith was absorbing energy from the earth, from the pure life force of the forest around it, and projecting it outward, creating its protective barrier. But the barrier was fraying, like a net being torn apart by a predator. I needed to strengthen the flow, to repair the net. I placed the anchor stone on the moss-covered ground at the base of the monolith, directly on one of the glowing silver patterns. I then placed my hands on the stone, closing my eyes and focusing on the pure, steady energy I had felt from the monolith. I imagined myself as a channel, a conduit, drawing on the natural energy of the surrounding forest, on my own life force, and feeding it into the stone, which in turn fed the monolith. It was an arduous, exhausting process. I felt a subtle drain, a tingling warmth spreading through my body, as if my own energy was flowing out of me. But with it came a feeling of profound connection, of being part of something vast and ancient. I saw in my mind's eye the fissures in the invisible barrier around the monolith slowly closing, the shimmering light growing stronger, more stable. After what felt like hours, a profound calm settled over me. The drain on my energy receded, replaced by a feeling of deep satisfaction, of a task completed. I opened my eyes. The silver patterns on the moss around the monolith glowed brighter, more vibrantly. The monolith itself seemed to hum with renewed strength. I had, in a small way, reinforced it. I had pushed back the blight for now. But it was a temporary measure. My own life force was limited. I couldn't do this indefinitely. This was why the chosen figures on the parchment were a network, a community. Many were needed to maintain such power. I retrieved the anchor stone, its warmth a familiar comfort in my hand. It still pulsed with a steady, gentle rhythm. The obsidian knife on my belt felt heavier, imbued with a new purpose. I spent the rest of the day exploring the immediate vicinity of the strong monolith, guided by the parchment map. The map highlighted subtle energy lines, showing me where the ancient network was still intact, where the pure life force still flowed. I discovered small, almost invisible nodes of power, ancient roots or stones that seemed to connect to the monolith, reinforcing its energy. I used the surveyor's tape to mark these, creating my own modern interpretation of Elias Thorne's frantic mapping. The sun was setting again when I finally decided to head back to the sanctuary, the circular enclosure. It felt like the safest place, a true refuge within the encroaching wilderness. I followed another of the silver paths, a more direct route that the parchment map had revealed to me. As I walked, I thought about Eris Thorne. He was my best hope. If anyone could understand this, it was him. But a letter would take time we didn't have. The shattered monolith, the coalescing shadow, the hungry whispers, they were all proof of the Blight's accelerating progress. I reached the sanctuary just as twilight was deepening into night. The 12 pillars stood silent, the invisible barrier shimmering faintly. I stepped through, feeling the familiar chill, then the welcome warmth. The glowing patterns on the moss floor were a beacon in the gloom. I sat down, exhausted, but with a sense of grim determination. I still had one more task to do before Eris Thorne could arrive, if he ever did. The parchment map had highlighted specific points where the Blight's tendrils were pushing against the weakened barriers, even from the intact monolith. These were the fissures, the cracks through which the profound cold was seeping, slowly corrupting the wilderness. The obsidian knife, the severing blade, was designed for this. The next morning, after a fitful sleep, I started my new mission. Using the parchment map and the anchor stone, I began tracing the energy lines emanating from the intact monolith. The map showed me where the Blight was attempting to penetrate, where its energetic tendrils were stretching. My first target was a small grove of ancient birches, a few miles from the strong monolith. The map showed a subtle dark smudge there, a point of contamination. As I approached, the familiar, unnatural cold began to settle in, though it was weaker here diffuse. The trees looked slightly gray, their leaves tinged with a sickly yellow, though not yet fully corrupted. The air carried a faint metallic tang. I located the precise spot the map indicated, a small, hollowed-out log partially buried in the earth. A faint, sickening green light pulsed from within it, almost imperceptible. This was a tendril, a parasitic connection. I drew the obsidian knife. It felt alive in my hand, humming softly, its silver glow intensifying. I knelt, pushing the brittle bark aside. Inside the log, a thick, black root-like growth pulsed with the sickly green light, slowly expanding, infecting the surrounding earth. This was it, my first direct confrontation. Taking a deep breath, I plunged the obsidian blade into the pulsing tendril. There was no sound, no scream, only a violent shudder that ran through the log and into the ground. The black tendril spasmed, releasing a burst of acrid, ozone-scented air. The sickly green light flared, then flickered and began to dim. The knife, however, absorbed the noxious energy, its silver glow momentarily intensifying, then stabilizing. I held the blade firm, focusing my will, channeling the pure energy of the anchor stone through my hand and into the knife. I imagined severing the connection, cutting the blight's parasitic lifeline. Slowly, agonizingly, the tendril began to shrivel, to retract. The sickly green light faded completely, replaced by the faint, purifying silver glow of the knife. When I finally pulled the blade free, the tendril was a desiccated husk, crumbling into black dust. The profound cold around the log immediately dissipated. The metallic tang in the air vanished. The grayish tint on the surrounding birches seemed to lift, their leaves regaining a subtle hint of green. It worked. The severing blade worked. I spent the next few days in a relentless cycle. I would consult the parchment map, identify a point of contamination, hike to its location, and sever the blight's tendrils with the obsidian knife. Each time I felt the drain on my own energy, but each time I also felt the immense satisfaction of pushing back the darkness, of healing a small part of the wilderness. The map showed dozens of these points, radiating out from the heart of Monhegan and the areas around the shattered monolith. They were like cancerous growths, slowly spreading. I was cutting them back, but new ones seemed to appear, or old ones would try to re-establish themselves. It was a constant battle, a never-ending whack-a-mole game against an insidious, intelligent enemy. I learned to recognize the subtle signs of the blight's presence, the faint, metallic scent in the air, the inexplicable cold, the unnatural stillness in the forest, the slight gray tinge on leaves, the tiny, almost imperceptible black tendrils pushing through the earth. My senses, once dulled to these things, were now hyper-attuned. I was becoming what the parchment map called a chosen, a sentinel, a guardian. One afternoon, as I was severing a particularly stubborn tendril that had wrapped itself around the base of a young pine, I felt a sudden, sharp jolt. It wasn't the usual energetic feedback. This was a psychic sting, a cold, probing touch against my mind. It was the blight. It knew what I was doing. It was becoming aware of my actions. The hissing whispers, faint but unmistakable, returned, echoing in my skull. Pest you cut, we grow. Child, play at war, taste the hunger. I gritted my teeth, ignoring the taunts, and plunged the blade deeper, severing the tendril completely. The whispers receded, but the cold, intelligent presence lingered, a silent promise of future confrontation. My days blurred into a monotonous rhythm of hiking, searching, cutting, and resting in the sanctuary. My supply of surveyor's tape was dwindling, marking dozens of severed points. I felt stronger, more connected to the ancient network, but also increasingly weary. The blight was vast, and I was only one person. One evening, as I was returning to the sanctuary, the forest around me grew unnaturally silent, even for Monhegan. The cold intensified rapidly, not gradually as before, but in a sudden, sickening drop that made my teeth chatter. The familiar metallic tang became overpowering. Then the whispers returned, not faint, but loud, resonant, coming from all directions at once, from the very air itself. He is weaker, the child he plays. The taste of his fear delicious. A profound dread seized me, far worse than anything I'd felt before. This was not just a tendril. This was a direct manifestation. From the deepest shadows of the ancient trees, a form began to coalesce. Not a thin column like at the shattered monolith, but a denser, more defined shadow, impossibly deep, rippling with internal darkness. It was vaguely humanoid, taller than any man, its limbs long and attenuated, ending in shadowy claws. Its head was featureless, a void darker than the night sky, but I felt its terrible, hungry gaze fixed on me. It was one of the hollow men, a true manifestation. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum in the suffocating silence. The anchor stone grew searing hot in my pocket, almost burning my skin. The obsidian knife vibrated on my belt, pulling at my hand. The shadow took a step, its movement unnaturally smooth, silent, gliding over the forest floor. The profound cold radiating from it was overwhelming, sucking the warmth from the air from my very bones. I gripped the obsidian knife, pulling it free. Its silver glow flared, a defiant beacon against the encroaching darkness. I pointed it at the shadow. The shadow paused, its featureless head tilting, as if intrigued. A dry, rasping hiss escaped its form, a sound of amusement. The blade against us, foolish child. It lunged, not with speed, but with a terrifying, inexorable grace. I stood my ground, my heart pounding, but a strange clarity had settled over me. Fear was still there, but it was mixed with the resolve of the chosen, the ancient guardians. The anchor stone pulsed, channeling pure energy into me, into the knife. As the shadow closed the distance, its cold touch reaching out, I swung the obsidian knife. It wasn't a physical blow I aimed for, but an energetic one. I focused my will, channeling the severing power of the blade. The obsidian knife sliced through the shadow. There was no flesh to cut, no blood, but where the blade passed, the darkness rippled violently, like water disturbed. A high-pitched, almost silent shriek, a sound of pure agony, emanated from the shadow. It recoiled, its form flickering, destabilizing for a moment. The profound cold lessened momentarily. A wound, a sting, how is this possible? The whispers raged in my mind, now laced with genuine surprise and pain. I pressed my advantage. This was not a physical fight. It was a battle of will, of energy. I swung again, aiming for its core, for the deepest part of its coalesced form. The anchor stone pulsed faster, feeding me strength. The knife hummed, its silver glow flaring even brighter. It tore through the shadow again, and this time a piece of its form seemed to detach, dissolving into wisps of nothingness, evaporating like smoke. The shriek intensified, filled with something akin to rage. The shadow entity staggered back, its form wavering, trying to reform itself. You wield the old ways, the lost ways, the whispers hissed, now with a hint of fear. It was wounded, I had hurt it. But then from the surrounding darkness, other shadows began to stir. Not fully formed, not yet, but indistinct shapes, swirling in the gloom, converging, drawn by the disturbance, by the wounded kin. The air grew heavy again, the cold intensifying. I was outnumbered, and I was exhausting myself. I knew I couldn't defeat them all. My purpose was not to destroy, but to contain, to sever, to protect. And the sanctuary was my only safe harbor. I backed away slowly, keeping the obsidian knife pointed at the wounded shadow, its silver glow a barrier. The other nascent shadows hesitated, their forms flickering, still too insubstantial to fully engage. We will find you, the hunger will find you, the whispers promised, filled with renewed menace. I turned and ran, not in blind terror this time, but with a strategic retreat. I focused on the direction of the sanctuary, letting the anchor stone guide me. The silver path, I knew, was my only escape. I burst into the clearing of the sanctuary, gasping for breath, my lungs burning, my entire body screaming in protest. I stumbled through the shimmering barrier, and as before, the whispers, the cold, the sense of malevolent presence were instantly cut off. I collapsed onto the moss-covered ground, the obsidian knife still clutched in my hand, its silver glow now dimming, tired. The anchor stone, still warm, was a steadying presence. I lay there for a long time, listening to the pounding of my heart, slowly regaining my breath. I had faced one of them, and I had wounded it, but they were many, and I was only one. The battle was far from over. I needed Eris Thorn, and I needed him now. The letter had been sent, but the wilderness was no longer content to wait. The blight was actively hunting me. I looked at the parchment map spread on the ground, the symbols for the chosen figures, the network of interconnected individuals. I had wounded one of the Hollow Men. I had proven the blade's power, but this was a war and I was just one soldier. I needed allies. I needed to understand the true potential of these tools of this network. I needed to learn how to truly fight, not just to sever. The silence of the sanctuary was a fragile comfort. Outside, the night was vast and cold, filled with unseen, unspeakable horrors that were now aware of me and actively seeking my end. My journey had just begun, and the stakes had just been raised. The blight was no longer a theoretical threat. It was a hungry, intelligent enemy, and it was coming for Monhegan, for me, and for everything I sought to protect. The next few days passed in a tense, watchful blur. I stayed primarily within the sanctuary, venturing out only for necessities, always with the anchor stone and obsidian knife ready. The subtle signs of the blight's presence were everywhere, even near the borders of the sanctuary's protective field. I could feel its probing, its constant pressure, like an invisible weight pressing down on the wilderness. I continued to study the parchment map, trying to glean more information, more pathways, more secrets. The symbols for the chosen figures seemed to pulse faintly, almost beckoning. They weren't just a historical record, they were a call. One morning, as I was examining the details around the sanctuary, the anchor stone in my hand began to vibrate, not with a hum, but with an insistent thrumming, a deep resonance that seemed to travel up my arm and into my very core. The silver patterns on the moss floor flared, and the invisible barrier of the enclosure shimmered with an unusual intensity. Then a voice, not a whisper in my mind, not a rasping hiss, but a clear, melodic yet ancient voice, speaking directly into the sanctuary, seemingly from the air itself. It was not human, yet it was comprehensible. It spoke in a language I recognized from the monolith visions, the language of the ancient guardians. The ward is touched, the barrier responds. You are heard, bearer. My heart leaped into my throat. I looked around frantically, but saw nothing. Do not fear, bearer. This is the voice of the stone. The anchor remembers. The network responds. The voice, I realized, was coming from the anchor stone itself, or rather, it was channeling through the stone, directly into my consciousness. It was a part of the network, a communication system. We feel your touch, we feel the cutting. The blight recoils, but it is vast. You cannot hold it alone. Who are you? I whispered, my voice hoarse. What is this? We are the echoes, the sentinels, the remnants of those who stood before. We are the consciousness imprinted within the living wards, sustained by the network. The speaker tree made the connection. You are now attuned. The anchor stone is your bridge. Are there others? I asked, thinking of the chosen figures on the parchment, other bearers. Many were lost, many slumber, but the call has gone out. The weakening stirs the old blood, a new awareness blossoms. The scholar, Aris Thorn, he seeks the old ways. His blood remembers the first bearers, he will come. Hope, fragile but fierce, surged through me. He's coming, how do you know? The network extends. A small echo of his intent travels along the currents. He feels the stirrings. He approaches the old path. The old paths. The way of the deep woods, where the river bends not as it should, but as it always has. He seeks the source. He seeks the truth. The solstice river. The voice was telling me Aris Thorn was coming, and he was approaching through the corrupted territory, heading towards the heart of Monhegan. He is not. Alone, he is one of the awakened. His journey is guided by memory, by the blood that flows through him, connecting him to the first bearers. He seeks the heart, for he knows its significance, though not yet its corruption. You must meet him, bearer, guide him. He holds knowledge crucial to the turning of the tide. Guide him into the heart of Monhegan, I asked, disbelief warring with a new surge of determination. That's where the blight is strongest. The shattered monolith, the shadow, it's a full breach there. His path is set, the network draws him. His knowledge is needed to understand the true nature of the anchors, to activate their deeper potential. The voice has spoken. Be ready, bearer. With that, the vibrating of the anchor stone ceased. The silver patterns on the moss dimmed back to their usual faint glow, and the sanctuary returned to its watchful silence. I sat there stunned, the anchor stone heavy and warm in my hand. Aris Thorn was coming, not just a scholar, but one of the awakened, a descendant of Elias, connected by blood to the ancient guardians. He was heading straight into the most dangerous part of the wilderness, towards the very source of the blight. My new mission was clear. I had to find him. I had to intercept him before he stumbled directly into the jaws of the coalescing shadows. I pulled out the parchment map. The silver lines, the pathways of pure energy, seemed to shimmer more brightly, almost guiding my eye. The voice of the stone had said Eris was approaching, where the river bends not as it should, but as it always has. That had to be a reference to the Solstice River, the one I had first encountered, the one that had become inverted, corrupted. I traced the river's path on my map, then correlated it with the parchment. There was a faint, almost invisible silver line running parallel to the river, a hidden path that skirted the edge of the deepest corruption, yet still led towards the heart. This must be the old path Aris Thorn was on. I packed my meager supplies, ensuring the anchor stone was secure in my pocket and the obsidian knife was at my belt. My water bottle was full, and I had a few granola bars left. It wasn't much, but I couldn't afford to waste time gathering more. Aris Thorn was already on the move. The thought of re-entering the fully corrupted zone, the place where I had fled in terror from the towering shadow, made my stomach clench. But now I had the tools, the knowledge, and the direct guidance of the ancient network, and I had a purpose that transcended my own fear. I stepped out of the sanctuary into the crisp morning air. The forest seemed to hold its breath, sensing my renewed purpose. The distant, faint hiss of the blight was still there, but it felt less threatening now, more like a persistent background hum. I moved quickly, following the subtle guidance of the anchor stone and the intuitive hints from the parchment map. The forest around the sanctuary was still relatively clear, but as I ventured deeper, the signs of blight began to appear more frequently. gray trees, patches of unnatural cold, the faint metallic tang. I kept the obsidian knife ready, mentally preparing for another confrontation. I hiked for hours, carefully skirting corrupted zones, occasionally using the obsidian knife to sever small tendrils that tried to block my path or seep into clear areas. Each severing sent a ripple of cleansing energy through the immediate area, a small victory against the encroaching darkness. The landscape grew increasingly grim as I approached the Solstice River. The trees here were black and skeletal, their bark peeled away, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes. The ground was slick with a black, glistening slime that pulsed with the sickly green light. The profound cold was constant, biting at my exposed skin, sapping my strength. The air was thick with the acrid smell of ozone and decay, making every breath a struggle. The river itself was a terrifying sight. Its waters, once pristine, now flowed with an opaque black current, swirling with oily eddies. The familiar growl it had once emitted was gone, replaced by a low, guttural thrumming, a sound that resonated deep in my chest, filled with malevolent intent. This was truly the inverted river, a conduit for the Blight's power. I found the old path just as the voice of the stone had described. It wasn't a physical trail, but a subtle, energetic channel, a faint silver line discernible only to my enhanced senses, clinging to the less corrupted bank of the Solstice. It was narrow, winding, and perilously close to the swirling, dark waters. I followed it carefully, my boots crunching on brittle black leaves, my eyes scanning the skeletal forest for any sign of movement. The air was thick with the pervasive, dry hiss, now closer, stronger, seeming to emanate from the very ground itself. The shadows, I knew, were watching. As I moved deeper, the whispers returned, no longer taunts, but fragmented, intelligent observations. The bearer follows the blood of the awakened. The blade that stings seeks kin. The heart awakens for the harvest. I ignored them, focusing on my mission. Eris Thorn, I had to find him. Then I saw him. He was standing on a small, rocky outcropping overlooking the churning black waters of the Solstice, a figure utterly out of place in this corrupted landscape. He was tall, lined, dressed in practical, earth-toned outdoor gear, his face obscured by the brim of a wide-brimmed hat. A large backpack sat beside him, and in his hand he held a delicate, intricate compass, its needle spinning wildly, uselessly, in the presence of the Blight's energies. But it was what he wasn't doing that struck me. He wasn't running. He wasn't screaming. He was observing, his body tense, his gaze analytical, even in the face of such obvious horror. He looked like a man studying a particularly fascinating, if deadly, specimen. This had to be Eris Thorn. I crept closer, staying hidden behind a cluster of black, skeletal trees, assessing the situation. The Blight was aware of him, too. I could feel its unseen tendrils reaching, probing, testing. It hadn't attacked yet, perhaps curious, or perhaps waiting for the right moment. Just as I was about to step out and call to him, a new presence emerged from the depths of the corrupted forest. Not a shadow, not a hollow man, but something far more insidious. It was a column of pure, shifting darkness, impossibly thin yet massive, extruding itself from the black river itself, coiling upwards like a colossal serpent. It rose taller than the skeletal trees, its surface rippling with hungry fragments of darkness, radiating the soul-numbing cold I remembered from the shattered monolith. This was the same entity that had manifested from the destroyed anchor, and it was moving towards Eris Thorn. My heart hammered, It was a direct manifestation, a pure extension of the blight's will. The awakened draws near, the heart beckons, the whispers resonated, now tinged with a predatory glee. I couldn't wait. I burst from cover, shouting, "Thorn, Eris Thorn, get out of there, it's a trap." He spun around, startled, his eyes, even from a distance, sharp and intelligent. He saw me, then he saw the towering column of shadow rising from the river, and for the first time, a flicker of something akin to fear crossed his face. "Mark," he called back, a note of recognition in his voice. "Mark Miller, what in God's name is happening here?" "No time," I yelled, running towards him, the obsidian knife drawn, its silver glow a stark contrast to the enveloping gloom. "Follow the silver path now." The shadow entity, disturbed by my sudden appearance and my loud voice, turned its featureless form towards me, its attention now split. The cold intensified, almost physically pushing me back. "The bearer, the pest, interrupts the harvest," the whispers snarled. "Move, Thorn, now," I screamed, closing the distance, positioning myself between him and the advancing shadow. Eris, to his credit, didn't hesitate. He took one last, long look at the rising shadow, his analytical mind clearly trying to process the impossible, then grabbed his backpack and began to move, following my shouted instructions. The shadow lunged, not at him, but at me. It knew the threat I posed, the sting of the obsidian blade. I met its attack head-on. The air crackled with profound cold as its tendrils of darkness reached for me. I swung the obsidian knife, channeling the pure energy of the anchor stone. The blade bit into its form, not physically but energetically, and the shadow recoiled with a silent, internal shriek. A visible tear opened in its dark form, briefly destabilizing it. "You interfere, you will be consumed." Other, smaller shadows began to coalesce around the main entity, drawn by the conflict, swirling in the periphery of my vision. I was surrounded. "Thorn, go, I'll hold it," I yelled, knowing it was a desperate gamble. But Eris Thorn was not one to abandon a potential source of information. He didn't flee completely. Instead, he stopped just behind me, a few yards back, his eyes fixed on the battle, his mind clearly working at a furious pace. "What is that thing, Mark?" he demanded, his voice surprisingly calm despite the horror unfolding before him. "And that knife, that energy." "It's the blight, it's consuming the wilderness, and this is a weapon against it," I gasped, parrying another invisible attack from the main shadow. The profound cold was making my limbs stiff, my breath ragged. I lunged again, severing another piece of the shadow, pushing it back. But it was immense, a direct extension of the corrupted heart. It was regenerating faster than I could wound it. The nascent shadows in the background were growing denser, becoming more defined. "You exhaust yourself, bearer. The hunger is infinite." Then Eris Thorn did something unexpected. He knelt, pulling something from his backpack. It was a small, polished stone, almost identical in shape and size to my anchor stone, but it was a deep, iridescent blue, pulsing with a faint, internal light. He held it up, his eyes closed, his face etched with intense concentration. As he did, a wave of energy, cool and clear, radiated from him. It wasn't the pure, steady warmth of my anchor stone, nor the purifying silver of the knife. It was a different kind of energy, a profound stillness, a calming resonance that seemed to push back the encroaching cold, even for a moment. The shadows, including the towering column, faltered. The pervasive hiss lessened. The nascent forms flickered, destabilized. The other, the counter, the stillness. The whispers came, now filled with confusion, a hint of genuine alarm. "What did you do?" I gasped, seizing the momentary reprieve to catch my breath. Yaris opened his eyes, a strange, ethereal glow in their depths. "This is a still stone, Mark, a focal point for the innate stillness of the land, a counter-frequency to its corruption. Elias found this one. He called it an echo of the silent heart. I've only just begun to understand its properties. It can disrupt the entropic field the Blight projects." His words confirmed it. He was awakened. He understood the language of energy, of subtle frequencies. "Can you hold them?" I asked, my gaze still fixed on the regenerating shadow. "For a moment," he said, his voice strained, "but it draws on my own focus, my own life force. I can't sustain it indefinitely." "Then we run," I declared. "The sanctuary is nearby. The silver path will lead us there." "The sanctuary," Eris repeated, a spark of recognition in his eyes. Elias' notes spoke of such places, wards against the intrusion. "Yes, we have to move." I sliced at the main shadow one last time, tearing another piece from its form. It shrieked, a soundless scream of pure void, and recoiled, giving us a precious few seconds. "This way," I yelled, grabbing Eris's arm. "Stay on the path." We ran not a blind flight, but a desperate, coordinated retreat. Eris, despite his academic demeanor, moved with surprising agility, his blue still stone held aloft, projecting its calming frequency, keeping the most aggressive shadows at bay. I kept the obsidian knife ready, severing any tendrils that tried to trip us or block our escape. The whispers followed, less triumphant now, more enraged. They flee, they deny the hunger, the hunt begins. We crashed through the black trees, the profound cold biting at our heels. Eris was breathing hard, but his focus held. His still stone pulsated, its blue light shimmering, a fragile shield. Finally, we saw it, the faint, shimmering barrier of the sanctuary. "Almost there," I gasped, pouring all my remaining strength into the final sprint. We burst through the barrier, the transition feeling like plunging into warm, clean water. The whispers, the cold, the metallic tang, all instantly cut off. The air within the sanctuary was pure, the moss glowing softly under the 12 silent pillars. We collapsed onto the moss-covered ground, gasping for air, the still stone still clutched in Eris's hand, its blue light slowly fading back to a gentle pulse. My anchor stone was still warm, my obsidian knife still glowed faintly. "Unbelievable," Eris whispered, his voice hoarse, his face pale but still alight with a strange intellectual fervor. "Truly unbelievable." Elias wasn't mad. He was merely observing what others refused to see. He looked at me, his gaze intensely focused. "You're Mark Miller, the park monitor. Agnes told me about your samples. I didn't expect this." He gestured vaguely at the protective circle, then at my knife. "And your Eris Thorn," I said, finally catching my breath. "The awakened. The voice of the stone said you were coming, said you had the knowledge." Eris's eyes widened. "The voice of the stone. The ancient network is speaking to you. This is beyond anything Elias documented in his notes, even his most cryptic ramblings about imprinted consciousness within the anchors." He looked at my anchor stone. "And you have one of the true anchor fragments, a pure conduit. Elias only ever found the still stone, a counter-frequency. He suspected there were others, but never located them." "The ancient guardians left these for us," I explained, pulling out the parchment map and laying it on the moss, its silver patterns pulsing gently in the sanctuary's light. "This is a map, a guide. It calls people like us chosen, bearers of the seed. It showed me how to reinforce the monolith, how to cut the blight's tendrils. Eris knelt, his eyes devouring the parchment. Extraordinary, the symbiology. It's a living script. It resonates with Elia's own fragmented interpretations. These figures, the lineage. The awakened is a term I coined myself, based on fragments of ancient lore Elias found, referring to those whose innate sensitivities to the subtle energies of the world were not dulled by modern life, but rather actively honed, either by bloodline or by a specific attunement process. He looked up, his gaze meeting mine. Your attunement must have been through the monoliths, then, the connection with the speaker tree. I nodded, recounting my initial terrifying encounters, the visions, the profound cold, the keening tree, and its final message. I explained how the monoliths worked, how the blight consumed life force, how the river was inverted, and how the shattered monolith was a full gateway. Eris listened intently, occasionally interjecting with a question or a comment that showed a deep, almost intuitive understanding of the underlying principles. He was not just an academic, he was a natural attuned to the very forces we were discussing. This explains so much, Eris finally said, rising and pacing within the confines of the sanctuary. Elia's theories of paradimensional ecology and extinct consciousness were far more accurate than anyone could have imagined. He believed that certain environments like Monhegan were thin spots between realities, and that ancient, non-corporeal entities could bleed through if the natural wards weakened. He documented cycles of environmental inversion and soul sickness throughout history, but he never truly grasped the active, intelligent nature of the blight, or its ability to coalesce into these hollow men, as his grandmother called them. We call them shadows now, I interjected, and I ran into a large one, the one that came from the shattered monolith. It's intelligent, it knows what I'm doing, it knows about the knife. Eris nodded grimly. That aligns with the nature of parasitic entities that thrive on consciousness. They are intelligent, yes, but alien. Their primary drive is consumption. The still stone merely disrupts their ability to anchor themselves in our reality, to maintain their coherent form. Your severing blade actually cuts their energetic connections, their ethereal substance. Together, he looked from my knife to his stone, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Together, these are incredibly powerful tools. The voice of the stone, I said. It told me you would know how to activate the deeper potential of the anchors, how to truly fight this. Eris tapped the parchment map, the ancient network, the chosen. This isn't just about defending the wilderness, Mark. It's about protecting the very fabric of reality from an entity that seeks to turn existence into non-existence, to invert life into absolute cold. The monoliths aren't just anchors, they're power conduits. The sanctuaries are nodes. And the chosen, people like you and myself, and presumably Elias before us, are the living channels, the operators of this ancient system. So what do we do? I asked, feeling a surge of urgency. One monolith is shattered. The blight is expanding rapidly. I can cut tendrils, but I can't stop the main advance. We must reactivate the remaining anchors, and we must seal the gateway at the heart of Monhegan, Eris stated, his voice firm, his scholar's demeanor giving way to a strategist's resolve. The map indicates other, smaller anchors, secondary nodes that Elias hinted at in his fragmented papers. These vein stones, he called them, feed into the main monoliths. If we can reactivate and strengthen these, we can funnel more energy into the main anchors, bolstering their defenses. The voice also mentioned the Solstice River, I added. It's the blight's main artery for spreading corruption. Precisely, Eris confirmed. The inversion of the river is a critical component of their infiltration. If we can cleanse the solstice, or at least slow its corruption, we can cut off a major supply line for the blight. Elias believed that flowing water, especially pure, uncorrupted water, was anathema to the blight, but its ability to invert even a powerful current like the solstice. It's a terrifying display of its power. He paused, then looked at me, a serious expression on his face. This is not just a job for two men, Mark. The blight is vast. The network is meant to be operated by many. The map shows the convergence, the gathering of the chosen. We need more, but for now, we are all there is. So, where do we start? The closest vein stone, Eris replied, pointing to a subtle, glowing dot on the parchment map, a few miles upstream from the sanctuary, along the same old path we had taken. Elias' notes suggest these smaller anchors function like energy capacitors, storing and releasing the pure life force of the Earth. We need to find it, activate it, and use your anchor fragment to channel its energy to reinforce the main monolith. And as we do, we will cleanse the river nearby, using my still stone and your severing blade to temporarily purify a section of the solstice. It will not be permanent, but it will buy us time, disrupt their flow, and perhaps even create a temporary safe corridor. It was a plan, a risky, daunting plan, but a plan nonetheless. We spent the rest of the day within the sanctuary, planning our next move. Eris, with his academic understanding of Elias' work and the ancient lore, complemented my practical experience and direct connection to the network. We were a formidable, if unlikely, team. He taught me more about the theoretical underpinnings of the Blight's energy fields, the subtle frequencies it used to corrupt, and how the still stone countered them. I showed him how the obsidian knife could directly sever the Blight's energetic connections, and how the anchor stone served as a true conduit. We decided to move at first light. The next morning we set out, Eris leading the way, his still stone held gently in one hand, glowing faintly blue. I followed, the obsidian knife at my belt, the anchor stone warm in my pocket. The air was cold, but the subtle, counteracting frequency from Eris's stone made it tolerable. We followed the old path along the corrupted Solstice River, moving deeper into the affected zone, but with a new sense of purpose. The pervasive hiss of the blight was still there, but Eris's still stone seemed to dampen its intensity, pushing it back slightly, making it less overwhelming. The map led us to a small, hidden cove along the river, where the black, oily waters swirled around a cluster of ancient, gnarled cedar trees. These trees, miraculously, were not yet fully black and skeletal. They were merely gray, their leaves a sickly yellow, clinging to life. The air here was heavy with the metallic tang and the profound cold, but there was a subtle undercurrent of pure energy, a faint hum that spoke of something ancient and alive. "This is it," Eris whispered, pointing to a depression in the earth at the base of the largest cedar, the vein stone. We approached cautiously. The ground around the depression pulsed with the sickly green light, and thick, black tendrils, like roots of nightmare, writhed in the soil, slowly strangling the last life out of the cedars. The vein stone itself was partially exposed, a jagged, dark stone, perhaps 3 feet across, radiating a faint, internal silver light that struggled against the encroaching corruption. It was like a dying ember. "The blight is feeding directly from it," Eris observed grimly. "It's using the vein stone's energy to further corrupt the area and flow into the river. We need to sever those connections first, then reactivate it." I drew the obsidian knife. I can handle that. Eris nodded. I'll try to maintain a field of stillness. It might weaken their energetic connection, make your task easier, and prevent any immediate retaliation. He closed his eyes, holding the still stone aloft. Its blue light intensified, pushing back the pervasive cold, creating a small bubble of relative calm amidst the chaos. I plunged the obsidian knife into the first black tendril. The usual violent shudder ran through it, but this time, the counter-frequency from Eris's still stone seemed to amplify the blade's effect. The tendril shriveled and turned to dust almost immediately, without the agonizing struggle I'd experienced before. Encouraged, I worked quickly, moving around the veined stone, severing every black tendril that connected to it or to the surrounding ground. Each cut was clean, precise, amplified by the combined power of our tools. The blight recoiled, its invisible presence hissing with impotent rage at the double assault. Within minutes, the veined stone was clear of direct corruption. The sickly green light on the ground faded, replaced by the stone's own struggling silver glow, which now seemed a little brighter, a little stronger. The surrounding cedars, though still gray, seemed to sigh in relief. Now the activation, Eris said, his voice strained from maintaining the stillness field. Place your anchor fragment into the central depression of the veined stone. Then focus your will. Channel the life force as the monolith taught you. I did as instructed, placing my anchor stone into a small, natural indentation at the center of the veined stone. The moment it connected, a powerful surge of energy coursed through me, warm and vibrant. The veined stone's silver glow flared dramatically, pushing back the gloom, bathing the cove in a soft, ethereal light. I placed my hands on the veined stone, focusing, imagining the pure life force of the earth flowing through me, through the anchor stone, and into the dormant veined stone, awakening it. I felt the subtle vibrations of the earth responding, felt ancient currents stir. The veined stone hummed, a deep, resonant tone that filled the cove, a counterpoint to the river's malevolent thrumming. The silver patterns on its surface, once barely visible, now pulsed with a steady, brilliant light. The air around us became clean, fresh, pushing away the acrid tang of decay. The profound cold receded, replaced by a comfortable warmth. "It's working," Eris exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. He lowered his still stone, its blue light still pulsing, but now more relaxed. The veined stone is active. Its energy is flowing back into the network, feeding the main monolith. A sense of profound accomplishment filled me. We had done it. We had reactivated a part of the ancient network. "Now the river," Eris said, gesturing to the churning black waters. "We need to temporarily cleanse this section. The still stone will create a localized disruption field, and your severing blade will cut the blight's energetic imprints from the water itself." This was a far more audacious task. Cleansing a river, even temporarily, felt impossible. We moved to the edge of the river. Eris held his still stone out over the black current, closing his eyes, focusing his will. The blue light from his stone intensified, shimmering like heat haze over the water. Wherever its light touched the black surface, the oily sheen seemed to ripple, to become agitated, as if in pain. "Now Mark," Eris grunted, his face straining with effort. "Cut the current, sever the blight's hold." I plunged the obsidian knife into the black water. The river shrieked, a soundless scream that resonated through the earth, directly into my skull. The water around the blade boiled, releasing bursts of noxious, green-tinged mist. The metal tang in the air became unbearable for a moment. I held the blade steady, focusing all my will, all the channeled energy from the anchor stone and the newly awakened vein stone, into severing the blight's parasitic connection to the water. I visualized cutting threads of darkness, tearing away the corruption. Slowly, miraculously, the blackness began to recede. The oily sheen dissipated, revealing murky but recognizably watery current beneath. The sickly green mist evaporated, replaced by clean steam. The guttural thrumming of the river lessened, replaced by a faint, distant growl, almost a murmur. It wasn't pristine, but it was no longer black. It was gray, murky, but it was water. It was a victory. "Hold it, Mark, don't break the connection," Eris urged, his voice tight with exertion. "We need to maintain this field for a few minutes. Let the natural currents begin to reassert themselves." I gritted my teeth, pouring all my remaining strength into the blade. The cold was still there, but it was fighting against a growing warmth, a new sense of life returning to the water. The surrounding gray cedars seemed to straighten a little, their sickly yellow leaves twitching, absorbing the purified energy from the water and the veined stone. After what felt like an eternity, Eris finally slumped, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his still stone's blue light dimming significantly. "That's all I have," he whispered. "It's temporary, Mark, but it's done. A small victory." I pulled the obsidian knife from the water. The cleansed section of the river, perhaps 50 yards long, flowed with murky, grayish water, distinct from the black currents upstream and downstream. It wouldn't last, but for now, it was a clear sign of our success. The river was momentarily wounded, cleansed, and its flow of corruption disrupted. We collapsed by the activated vein stone, utterly exhausted. The vein stone hummed steadily, a beacon of silver light in the encroaching gloom, its warmth a comforting presence against the lingering chill of the forest. The cedars around us, though still ailing, seemed to gather strength, their gray bark less stark, their leaves holding a promise of green. "We need to rest," Eris stated, his voice weak. "That took a significant toll on both of us, especially you, Mark. You are channeling pure life force from the land itself. It's draining." I nodded, too tired to speak. The sheer scale of what we had just accomplished and the terrifying realization of how much more remained settled over me. We had reactivated one vein stone and temporarily cleansed a section of the river, but there were many more, and the heart of Monhegan still pulsed with corrupted power. As we prepared a makeshift camp near the vein stone, the silence of the revitalized cove was a profound relief. For the first time in days, the pervasive hiss of the blight was truly absent, pushed back by the combined energy of the vein stone and our efforts. We talked late into the night, sharing knowledge, comparing notes. Eris, now that he had seen the blight firsthand and understood the true scope of the ancient network, was an invaluable ally. He produced Elias Thorne's original journals, bound in worn leather, filled with his great-uncle's frenetic handwriting and cryptic sketches. He showed me diagrams of the monoliths, their internal structure, and their energetic connections that mirrored the patterns on my parchment map. Elias always suspected the monoliths were more than just markers, Eris explained, tracing a complex diagram. He called them crystalline resonators, conduits for raw telluric energy, the very life force of the planet. Their true purpose, he believed, was to anchor reality, to prevent bleed-through from what he called the void beyond. He theorized that these entities, this blight, were not from our dimension, but sought to collapse this reality into their own, a realm of pure non-existence, of absolute cold. So it's not just feeding on life force, I mused. It's trying to replace our reality with its own. Exactly, Eris confirmed, his eyes alight with grim understanding. It's an inversion, a consumption, yes, but its ultimate goal is cosmic. It seeks to erase this reality, replace it with the profound cold, the silence, the void it embodies. The monoliths are the last bastions of resistance, dimensional anchors. He pointed to a particularly intricate drawing in Elia's journal. Elias believed that the heart of Monhegan was not just a powerful tree, but a nexus, a crucial intersection point where the veil between realities was thinnest. The ancient guardians knew this. They cultivated the speaker tree there, not just as a repository of life force, but as a living anchor, a guardian. And when it was corrupted, it became the Blight's primary gateway, I finished. A wound in reality. Yes, Eris whispered, his face etched with concern. And closing that wound, sealing that gateway, will require a tremendous amount of focused energy, far more than we possess individually. It will require the convergence the map speaks of, the gathering of the awakened, the bearers of the seed, perhaps even the full activation of all remaining anchors. The conversation, though terrifying in its implications, gave me a profound sense of clarity. We were not just fighting a forest fire, we were fighting an existential war. The next morning, refreshed but still weary, we reviewed our plan. Our immediate goal was to activate another vein stone, one deeper into the corrupted zone, further along the Solstice River, as indicated by the map. This would further reinforce the main monolith and expand our cleansed zone of the river, even temporarily. This next vein stone is closer to the true heart of Monhegan, Eris warned, pointing to the map. The Blight's presence will be far more intense there. We need to be prepared for direct confrontation. I nodded, gripping the obsidian knife. I'm ready. We make our own path now. We packed up camp, the silver glow of the activated vein stone a reassuring presence as we left. It hummed gently, a silent guardian in the growing light of dawn. The trek to the second vein stone was indeed more dangerous. The landscape grew increasingly grim. The trees were almost uniformly black and skeletal, their branches intertwined in a tangled mess that made passage difficult. The ground was constantly slick with the black slime, pulsing with sickly green light. The profound cold was a constant companion, seeping into our bones. And the pervasive hiss of the Blight was now a chorus of dry, whispering voices, echoing constantly in our heads. They come, the tiny ones, they sting. The taste of their hopa will be bitter. Eris maintained his stillness field with the blue still stone, but it was visibly more difficult for him now. His face was drawn, sweat beading on his brow despite the biting cold. The shadows, though still largely unseen, felt closer, their presence a suffocating weight in the air. We pressed on, guided by the anchor stone and the flickering silver lines of the parchment map. It was a brutal journey, physically and mentally draining. Every step felt. Every step felt like wading through thick, cold mud. The pervasive hiss of the Blight had indeed intensified, a dry, rustling chorus that seemed to emanate from the very air, vibrating in our bones. It wasn't just in our heads anymore. It was in the world around us, a constant, low-frequency hum of malevolence. The shadows were no longer just a feeling. They were almost visible, clinging to the skeletal trees, swirling in the periphery of our vision like smoke caught in a breath. Eris, despite his determination, was visibly struggling. The blue light from his still stone flickered, its calming frequency battling constantly against the overwhelming entropy of the Blight. His face was drawn, his breath ragged, and even his academic focus seemed strained by the sheer psychic pressure. "It's like trying to hold back a tidal wave with a single hand," he muttered, his voice hoarse, as a particularly dense patch of shadow seemed to push against his field, making the air crackle with cold. "The blight's presence here is overwhelming. It's almost sentient in its density." "We're almost there," I urged, checking the parchment map. The silver line indicating the veined stone was pulsing with a stronger glow now, confirming our proximity. Just a little further. The landscape twisted into something out of a nightmare. The ground was no longer merely slick with black slime. It pulsed visibly, the sickly green light a constant, sickening heartbeat beneath our feet. The trees weren't just skeletal. Some had merged, their black branches forming grotesque, arching tunnels, their bark sloughing off in oily sheets. The very air was thick, heavy, tasting of copper and something indescribably rotten. Suddenly, the whispers surged, no longer just a chorus, but distinct, overlapping voices, pressing in from all sides. "The bearer and the stillness, they wound, they deny. The heart calls, the hunger waits. Our brothers, our kin awakens." From the twisted tunnels of branches ahead, indistinct shapes began to coalesce. Not fully formed hollow men, but larger, denser masses of shadow than we had encountered before, writhing like deep-sea creatures, their forms rippling with internal darkness. They were slow, deliberate, but undeniable. "They know we're coming," Eris breathed, his voice tight. His still stone flared, momentarily pushing back the closest shadows, but the effort clearly cost him. This veined stone must be more significant, closer to the heart. We pushed forward, the silence of our approach shattered by the rustling whispers and the rhythmic pulse of the corrupted ground. The air grew colder, heavier, until every breath felt like inhaling ice. Finally, the map's silver glow converged on a clearing, but it was no ordinary clearing. In the center stood a single, immense oak tree, ancient beyond imagining, its trunk broader than a small house. Its bark was a deep, oily black, and its few remaining branches were twisted like agonized limbs, clutching at a sky that seemed perpetually gray above it. And at its base, almost consumed by the pulsing black earth and coiling tendrils, was the second veined stone. It was larger than the first, a towering slab of dark, crystalline rock, perhaps 10 feet tall, its natural silver veins struggling against a thick coating of black slime. It pulsed, but its light was barely a flicker, choked by the corruption. Around this titanic oak and the struggling veined stone, a multitude of shadows were gathering. They weren't just nascent forms. Several of them were coalescing into the lean, attenuated figures of the hollow men, their featureless heads turning slowly towards us, radiating an almost palpable malice. More were constantly oozing from the ground and the black river nearby, drawn to the powerful energy nexus. "They're guarding it," I whispered, gripping the obsidian knife. Its silver glow, usually so reassuring, seemed a tiny ember against the vastness of the darkness. "This is a trap." "It's more than a trap, Mark," Eris replied, his voice grim. "This isn't just a veined stone, it's a major anchor point. Elias believed that certain trees acted as living conductors for the Earth's energy. This oak, it's like a central nervous system for the surrounding network. Its corruption is profound." The whispers became a roar, an unintelligible clamor of malevolent voices. The ground pulsed faster, and the closest hollow men surged forward, their shadowy claws extending, radiating profound cold. "We have to get to the stone," I yelled, knowing we couldn't outrun them here. "Eris, focus your still stone on the main tree, on the veined stone. Try to disrupt the blight's hold on them." I'll clear a path. Eris nodded, his face a mask of grim resolve. He raised his still stone, and a wave of concentrated blue light pulsed outward. It struck the immense, corrupted oak first. For a moment, the tree seemed to shudder, and the sickly green light pulsing around its base flickered erratically. The hollow men nearest the tree faltered, their forms rippling as if buffeted by an unseen force. "Go, Mark," Eris gasped, maintaining his focus, his blue light pushing back against the encroaching darkness. I lunged forward, the obsidian knife a silver blur in my hand. The closest hollow man hissed, a dry, rasping sound, and met my charge. I didn't hesitate, aiming for its core. The blade sliced through its form, and a soundless shriek of agony emanated from the shadow. A large piece of its form detached, dissolving into wisps of nothingness. But there were others, many others. They swarmed, their cold touch reaching for me, trying to drain my warmth, my very life force. I spun, parrying, dodging, slicing. Each strike wounded them, made them recoil, but they were inexhaustible, regenerating as quickly as I could wound them. The profound cold was numbing my hands, slowing my movements. My breath hitched in my chest. "Futile, small one, the hunger consumes," the whispers mocked. "Eris, the tendrils," I gasped, pointing towards the thick, black roots that pulsed with green light, connecting the veined stone to the corrupted earth and the massive oak. "They're feeding it." Eris, his face contorted in effort, shifted his focus. The blue light from his still stone narrowed, focusing on the base of the oak and the veined stone. The tendrils there began to writhe, as if in pain, their sickly green light flickering. "Now, Marks," he grunted, cut them all." I broke off from the direct confrontation with the hollow men, who seemed momentarily disoriented by Eris's focused stillness field, giving me a precious few seconds. I dove towards the base of the veined stone, plunging the obsidian knife into the first thick, black tendril. The tendril spasmed violently, releasing a burst of foul-smelling mist, but Eris's still stone amplified the blade's severing power. The tendril shriveled and crumbled into dust almost instantly. I moved with frantic speed, severing one after another, cutting through the blight's parasitic lifelines. Each severing sent a ripple of resistance through the entire area. The immense oak seemed to groan, a low, ancient sound, as if waking from a long nightmare. The flickering silver light of the veined stone grew brighter with each severed tendril. But the hollow men were recovering. They surged again, their numbers growing, their movements more coordinated. I was exposed, vulnerable, my back to the monstrous oak. "Mark, behind you," Eris cried, his voice laced with alarm. I spun just in time to see a massive hollow man, larger and denser than the others, lunging at me. It was not one of the nascent ones. This was a fully formed, potent manifestation. Its featureless head radiated an intelligent malice, and its shadowy claws, impossibly long, reached for my throat. I met its charge with a desperate swing of the obsidian knife. The blade tore through its chest, releasing a silent shriek of void, but it was too close. The sheer mass of its form bowled me over, sending me sprawling. The profound cold enveloped me, sucking the air from my lungs, the warmth from my body. I felt its shadowy claws closing around my arm, draining my energy, my very consciousness. "Consumption, the end of the feast," the whispers roared, triumphant. Then a blinding flash of blue light. Eris, utterly depleted, had thrown his still stone. It struck the hollow man squarely in its featureless head. The shadow entity shrieked, a true, piercing sound of pure agony, and its form destabilized violently, collapsing into a roiling, chaotic mass of darkness. The profound cold around me dissipated, and its grip on my arm vanished. I scrambled back, gasping, shaking off the lingering cold. Eris was on his knees, panting, his face pale, but his eyes still fixed on the disintegrating shadow. A temporary disruption, he choked out, but it bought us time. Finish the stone. Inspired by his sacrifice, I surged to my feet, ignoring the throbbing ache in my arm, and threw myself back at the veined stone. There was only one massive tendril left, thick as my arm, pulsing with an angry green light, directly connecting the veined stone to the heart of the corrupted oak. I plunged the obsidian knife into it with all my remaining strength. The oak groaned again, a guttural roar, and the tendril thrashed, releasing a wave of pure, concentrated blight energy. But I held firm, channeling the energy of my anchor stone, imagining the pure life force of the earth flowing through me. The tendril shriveled, blackened, and crumbled into dust. The moment it detached, a profound silence fell over the clearing. The pervasive hiss of the blight ceased. The remaining hollow men, deprived of their energetic anchor, wavered, their forms flickering like dying flames, and began to recede, dissolving back into the deeper shadows of the twisted forest. The profound cold lessened, replaced by a lingering chill. The immense oak tree, no longer corrupted, no longer black, began to change. The oily blackness on its bark cracked, revealing ancient, gray wood beneath. Its twisted branches, though still barren, seemed to lift, as if stretching towards the gray sky. And the veined stone. Its silver light exploded outward, a brilliant, purifying beacon that bathed the entire clearing in an ethereal glow. The light pulsed, stronger, more vibrant than the first veined stone, reflecting the immense power it had once held. The air grew clean, fresh, infused with the scent of pine and damp earth. The ground, no longer pulsing with green, slowly began to lose its black sheen, returning to dark, loamy soil. I placed my anchor stone into the central depression of the now activated veined stone. The surge of energy was even more profound this time, coursing through me, revitalizing my weary body. I could feel the earth responding, ancient currents flowing, funneling immense power through the veined stone, through the network, back to the distant main monolith. Eris, slowly getting to his feet, stared at the revitalized clearing, his face a mixture of exhaustion and awe. "Incredible," he whispered. "Truly incredible. This veined stone, it's a major conduit. Its activation will send a powerful surge through the entire network. It will give the main monolith a significant boost." "Now the river," I said, my voice clearer, stronger, thanks to the surge of energy. The map showed a significant bend here, a major artery of corruption. We moved to the edge of the Solstice River. Here, the waters were even blacker, churning with an almost palpable fury, its guttural thrumming now muted by the veined stone's powerful hum, but still present. Eris held his still stone out again, its blue light still faint but steady. He closed his eyes, focusing. The blue light flared, concentrating on the river, pushing back the black currents. This time the river seemed to scream, a soundless internal shriek that made the ground tremble. "Now mark together," Eris grunted, his face strained but his resolve unwavering. "We sever its main artery here." I plunged the obsidian knife into the black waters. The reaction was violent. The water around the blade boiled, releasing a torrent of sickly green steam that reeked of ozone and decay. The cold was profound, biting at my hands, trying to freeze the blade. But this time, the immense power flowing through the newly activated veined stone, channeled through my anchor stone and the obsidian knife, was enough to meet the blight's fury head-on. I focused, pouring all my will into the blade, imagining the river's life force being reclaimed, its corruption peeled away like dead skin. Eris, with his still stone, maintained the counter-frequency, preventing the blight from reinforcing its hold. Slowly, agonizingly, the blackness began to recede. The churning, oily surface gave way to murky, gray water. The guttural thrumming lessened, replaced by a deep, resonant growl, a sound of pain, of unwilling surrender. We held the connection, battling the river's raging currents until a full section, perhaps 100 yards long, flowed with turbid but unmistakably watery current. Done, Eris gasped, slumping against the activated vein stone, his still stone's light flickering and dying. For now, it's done. That was immense. The blight's resistance was far stronger here. I pulled the obsidian knife free. The cleansed section of the river, murky and turbulent, flowed steadily, a stark contrast to the blackness upstream and downstream. It was not pristine, but it was a breach, a significant wound in the blight's main artery. We sat by the vein stone, utterly drained, but with a profound sense of accomplishment. The vein stone hummed, a steady, strong pulse of silver light that kept the lingering chill at bay. The ancient oak, now gray and silent, stood as a testament to our struggle and a promise of its slow healing. The voice of the stone was right, Eris whispered, his eyes closed. The anchors have deeper potential, but it's not just the anchors, it's the combination of the bearer and the awakened. Your direct channeling, my counter-frequency. Together, we can do far more than either of us alone. But this is exhausting, I admitted, my voice hoarse. And there are more vein stones, and the heart of Monhegan still needs to be sealed. We need to find a way to maintain this output, or to amplify it, without constantly draining our own life force, Eris mused. Elias notes, he spoke of resonant amplification, of using specific materials, specific formations, to harness and direct the telluric energies without direct physical channeling. Perhaps even the monoliths themselves could be modified. As we rested, the voice of the stone returned, clear and resonant, but this time it seemed to speak to both of us, its frequency channeled through my anchor stone, but its message understood by Eris's awakened mind. The vein stone awakens, the current shifts, two voices now echo in the network. The awakened has found the bearer. This is good, the path is clearer. Voice of the stone, Eris spoke, his voice weak but filled with intellectual curiosity. What is the true nature of the heart of Monhegan, and how can we seal it? The heart is a nexus, a living anchor of reality, but it is wounded, inverted. It flows both ways now, a gateway for the profound cold. To seal it, you must reclaim its true purpose. You must mend the wound, not merely sever its tendrils. Mend the wound, I asked. How do we do that? By gathering the seeds, by bringing forth the true power of the network, the three great anchors, one shattered, one strong, one lost. The shattered must be healed or its breach sealed forever. The strong must be reinforced beyond measure. The lost must be found and awakened. Only then can the heart be reclaimed. The lost anchor, Eris asked, his eyes opening, a spark of recognition in them. Elias' most cryptic references, a third monolith. He believed it was lost, submerged perhaps in the deepest part of the bay. It sleeps beneath the inversion. It waits for the call. It is the silent sentinel, the final ward. Submerged, I repeated, a new wave of dread washing over me. How could we activate something underwater? The network extends beyond land. It weaves through rock and water, through air and light. The The chosen figures, the bearers, they carry the seed of its awakening. But we need more bearers, more awakened, Eris interjected, his gaze falling on the parchment map. The convergence, the gathering, it's too much for just us. The call has gone out. The weakening stirs the old blood. You are the first to answer, the catalysts, but others will follow the resonant frequency. The blight cannot be hidden forever. Its hunger awakens all. For now, focus on the land. 2 vein stones remain between you and the heart. Activate them, amplify the network, and prepare for the true confrontation. With that, the voice of the stone receded, leaving us in the renewed silence of the revitalized clearing, save for the steady hum of the vein stone and the faint murmur of the partially cleansed river. The full scope of the mission was now terrifyingly clear. We weren't just fixing local problems, we were fighting to save Monhegan, perhaps even reality itself, from an interdimensional entity. And we needed to find and activate a third, lost monolith underwater, heal a shattered one, and reinforce another, all while gathering a network of unknown allies before the blight consumed everything. The lost monolith, Eris murmured, running a hand through his hair. Elias spent years trying to find it. He believed it held the key to a final ward, if it exists, and if we can find it. We have a map now, I reminded him, pointing to the parchment. It shows everything, even the subtle energy lines. Maybe it can guide us to this lost anchor when the time comes. We spent the rest of the night planning our next move. Eris detailed the potential locations of the remaining 2 vein stones, both deeper into the corrupted zone, closer to the heart. He explained how their activation would exponentially increase the power flowing into the main monolith, and crucially, how it would further disrupt the Solstice River's flow of corruption. With each vein stone, we're not just restoring power, we're also creating a small pocket of cleansed reality, Eris explained, tracing the silver lines on the map. It's like building a series of dams against a flood, while also empowering the original structure meant to withstand the deluge. The energy from these active vein stones will flow through the land, slowly pushing back the pervasive cold, creating areas where the blight's manifestations are less stable, less powerful. This gave me hope. Each step we took wasn't just a defensive measure, it was an offensive one, reclaiming territory. The next morning we set out again, refreshed and with a renewed sense of purpose. Our path now followed the partially cleansed section of the Solstice River, a narrow corridor of relative sanity amidst the growing madness of the wilderness. The air, though still chilly, was noticeably cleaner in this stretch, and the pervasive hiss of the blight was a distant echo, rather than a constant roar. The revitalized vein stone, humming behind us, felt like a powerful ally. But as we ventured further, deeper into the heart of Monhegan, even this fragile corridor began to fade. The river's cleansed section gave way to the black, churning currents again, and the trees, already skeletal, grew denser, more intertwined, their branches forming a suffocating canopy that blocked out the sun. The familiar, profound cold returned, more intense than ever, a tangible weight pressing down on us. The whispers, no longer distant, swirled around us, an insidious, mocking chorus. They cling to hope, a foolish fire. The heart beats for the feast. More shadows await their coming. Yaris, his still stone held aloft, struggled to maintain its blue field. His face was etched with strain, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The air grew thick with a metallic tang that made our teeth ache. The blight is actively reinforcing itself here, Eris grunted, pointing to a swirling patch of darkness that was visibly coalescing into a nascent hollow man by the riverbank. It's aware of our progress. It's anticipating us. We move faster, I replied, gripping the obsidian knife. Its silver glow, usually so steady, seemed to flicker, struggling against the oppressive darkness. We can't let it wear us down. We pushed through the tangle of black trees, occasionally having to use the obsidian knife to sever particularly stubborn blight tendrils that formed thorny barriers across our path. Each severing sent a jolt through me, but also a ripple of momentary cleansing, a tiny pocket of clear air in the overwhelming corruption. The map guided us to the third vein stone. It was located in a deep, shadowed ravine where the Solstice River plunged into a series of churning rapids, its black waters frothing like poisoned venom. The walls of the ravine were steep, slick with black slime, and pulsed with a sickening green light. The air here was dead still, heavy, and intensely cold, as if the very breath had been sucked out of the world. At the bottom of the ravine, almost swallowed by the turbulent black water and the seeping corruption, was the third vein stone. It was a massive, jagged slab of dark crystal, partially submerged in the river, its surface obscured by thick, black tendrils that pulsed with violent green light. It seemed to draw power directly from the corrupted river, funneling it deeper into the earth, amplifying the blight's spread. And guarding it, not just hollow men, but something new, something worse. From the swirling shadows along the ravine walls, monstrous forms began to rise. They were larger, less humanoid, more bestial. Their forms were like warped, twisted versions of forest creatures, giant, gaunt, wolf-like figures with too many joints, immense, shadowy raptors with talons made of darkness, and massive, crawling things that defied description, their multiple limbs dragging through the slime. These were the husk beasts Elias had hinted at in his journal, manifestations of the blight that took on the corrupted echoes of living things, imbued with a predatory, savage intelligence. The intruders preyed the hunger feasts, the whispers roared, now layered with guttural snarls and high-pitched screeches. Husk beasts, Eris breathed, his face pale. Elia's grandmother described them, pure nightmare fuel. They're more corporeal, more savage than the hollow men. They're meant to overwhelm, to tear apart. We have to get to the stone, I yelled, knowing retreat was impossible. Eris, focus your still stone on the beasts. Try to destabilize them. I'll go for the vein stone. Eris nodded, his resolve hardening. He raised his still stone, and its blue light pulsed, expanding into a wider, more potent field than before. It washed over the nearest husk beasts, and their shadowy forms flickered violently, their snarls turning to shrieks of confusion and pain. They didn't dissolve like the hollow men, but they faltered, their movements becoming disjointed, their attacks less coordinated. It works, Eris grunted, pouring all his energy into maintaining the field. It doesn't destroy them, but it severely disrupts their stability. I didn't wait. I launched myself down the slick ravine wall, scrambling over black rocks and slime-covered roots, the obsidian knife held ready. The husk beasts, though disrupted, were still immense and dangerous. One, a wolf-like shadow, lunged at me, its shadowy jaws snapping. I met it midair, slicing through its shoulder. It shrieked, its form flickering, and staggered back, momentarily disoriented. I landed hard, my boots sinking into the pulsing slime at the bottom of the ravine. The profound cold was suffocating. I immediately plunged the obsidian knife into the first thick tendril coiling around the vein stone. The tendril thrashed violently, far more powerfully than the previous ones. The knife shrieked, absorbing the noxious energy, its silver glow momentarily dimming under the strain. This vein stone was more heavily corrupted, its connection to the blight far stronger. Meanwhile, Eris was fighting his own desperate battle. The husk beasts, though disoriented, were relentless. They swarmed him, trying to break through his stillness field. He staggered back, his face contorted in pain as one of the shadowy raptors lunged, its talons grazing his arm, leaving a searing cold burn. "Mark, I can't hold them much longer," he cried out, his voice strained. "They're too many, too savage." I gritted my teeth, pouring all my will into the obsidian knife. The tendril finally shriveled, disintegrating into black dust. I moved to the next, hacking and severing with frantic urgency, my movements driven by adrenaline and the raw power of the anchor stone. Each severing was a desperate struggle, the tendrils fighting back with shocking force, trying to drain my energy. One by one, they succumbed. The sickly green light around the vein stone began to dim, flickering as its lifelines were cut. The massive slab of dark crystal began to resonate, its own struggling silver light gaining strength. But the husk beasts were closing in on Eris. His stillness field was visibly weakening, flickering like a dying candle. He was surrounded, his body visibly shaking from the exertion and the cold. "Just one more, Eris, almost there," I yelled, plunging the knife into the final, thickest tendril that snaked from the river itself, directly into the vein stone. This tendril was immense, pulsed with a violent, sick green light. It screamed, a soundless shriek of rage as the obsidian knife pierced it. The river boiled furiously around it, releasing a cloud of black, noxious mist that obscured everything. The profound cold was overwhelming, threatening to paralyze me. I held firm, channeling everything, pushing back against the blight's desperate resistance. The silver glow of the knife flared, fighting against the darkness. Finally, with a convulsive shudder that shook the entire ravine, the tendril shriveled, blackened, and dissolved. The moment it was severed, the entire ravine erupted. The husk beasts, deprived of their energetic anchor, shrieked, their forms flickering and destabilizing with terrifying speed. They dissolved into wisps of darkness, dissipating back into the shadows they came from. The profound cold lessened dramatically, and the noxious mist evaporated. The third vein stone exploded with a brilliant burst of silver light, pushing back the gloom, bathing the ravine in an ethereal glow. Its hum was a deep, resonant roar, a testament to its immense power. The black slime on the ravine walls began to recede, revealing the dark, wet rock beneath. The furious churning of the black river lessened, its guttural thrumming receding into a faint murmur. I placed my anchor stone into the central depression of the now fully activated vein stone. The surge of energy was monumental, a torrent of pure life force that coursed through me, invigorating every cell, healing the cold burn on my arm, chasing away the exhaustion. The raw power flowing through this vein stone was immense, far greater than the previous two. I could feel the entire network responding, the other monoliths and sanctuaries humming in sync, amplifying the flow of energy to the main anchor. Yaris, slumped against a rock, slowly opened his eyes, staring at the revitalized vein stone. His face was pale, but a look of profound awe replaced his exhaustion. "It's done," he whispered, his voice trembling. "The third vein stone, the power, it's incredible. The network is singing now." We rested for a short while, allowing the immense energy of the activated vein stone to wash over us, slowly replenishing our strength. The air in the ravine, though still damp, was clean and crisp. The sounds of the corrupted wilderness were pushed back, replaced by the deep, resonant hum of the vein stone and the churning, but no longer malevolent, roar of the river. Now the river here, I said, gesturing to the still turbulent black waters. It's a major artery. We need to cleanse it. Eris nodded, slowly getting to his feet. He held out his still stone. Its blue light, though still faint, was now steady, drawing on the ambient energy of the newly activated vein stone. He poured his focus into it, directing the blue light onto the black rapids. The river shrieked, a soundless cry of resistance, as the blue light touched its surface. This time, however, the immense power flowing from the vein stone, channeled through my anchor stone and the obsidian knife, made the task easier, faster. I plunged the obsidian knife into the churning black rapids. The water boiled, releasing thick black steam, but the knife tore through the blight's hold with incredible force. The blackness peeled away, not slowly, but in dramatic, swirling currents, revealing murky, powerful water beneath. The guttural thrumming of the river was replaced by the roar of natural rapids. Within minutes, a vast section of the river, perhaps a quarter-mile long, flowed with strong, turbulent, but visibly clean water. It was still turbid, carrying sediment from the surrounding corruption, but the blackness, the oily sheen, the sickly green light, it was all gone. It was a true victory, a significant wound in the blight's main artery. We pulled back from the river, utterly spent but triumphant. The third vein stone hummed, a powerful beacon of silver light in the deep ravine. 3 vein stones activated. 3 major arteries of the Solstice River temporarily cleansed. The network was now significantly reinforced. As we made our way back up the ravine, the voice of the stone returned, its resonant tone filling our minds. 3 points converge, 3 currents flow, the network strengthens, the heart feels the pressure, it seeks to close